All right, so I think I'm audible. Let me know the YouTube comments if there's any technical difficulty. Apologies for the delay. We are waiting for participants to join in. We're looking forward to making this a very interactive and fun session. So we didn't want a dead stream, of course. So we were waiting for everyone to join in. So ask everyone to start joining. I can see comments. I can see a few people already here. Arindu Raja, Harsh, hello, Vipul, Payal, hello everyone. So yes, ask everyone to join in. Drop your comments. Make it interactive. Make it fun. We have an amazing lineup lined up for you for the next 2 days. So I can see about 30 people have already tuned in. So let's start the event without any further ado. All right, so a very good afternoon to everyone present here. A very warm welcome to TRION Bootcamp 2.0 edition 2021. This year we have talks at boot camps, exciting, futuristic, and relevant topics lined up for you. We'll have on board with us some immensely talented and knowledgeable people in their respective fields. So get ready to come out on top of the ladder at the end of these 2 days of exciting workshops and talks. I hope everyone is pumped for the sessions lined up for you ahead. For today, we have an extremely exciting session, extremely exciting day planned for you. First up, we have Mr. Jay Sadana, founder and CEO of Script Foundation, with his opening keynote from till 12:30. Following that, we'll be having an introduction to full stack and more given to you by Mr. Praveen Kumar. And then after a 15-minute break, after a quick break, we have an exciting hands-on session on Git and GitHub provided to us by Mr. Shivam Goyal. This will be a very exciting opportunity for all the students who are wanting to, take their first step into open developing and coding and software engineering, and hands-on 2-hour workshop provided by Mr. Shivam Goyal. So don't forget to tune into that. And following that, we have an exciting quiz in which we will be giving out cash prizes and exciting prizes to all everyone. And to end of the day, we have an exciting 2-hour workshop again on the first steps to Hello World given to us by Mr. Mohit Unyal. So I hope everyone is extremely excited. These people are extremely knowledgeable and have a grip on the industry and the topics they will be speaking on. So do not miss out. Stay tuned with us till 6 o'clock, and I'm sure every one of us who are present here will be rewarded with an exciting and knowledgeable session. So without further ado, let's invite Mr. Jay Sadana, the founder and CEO of the Scripps Foundation, the person who has brought all this together, and he will be giving his opening keynote. So, Mr. Jay Sadana, you can join in as soon as possible. Yes. So I think Mr. Jay is here with us right now.
Hello folks, are you able to hear me? Like I'm able to see like there are few comments like some voice issues are coming. Okay, let me ask again.
Okay.
I am audible to all of you.
And just drop in the YouTube
Just
comments if
type
both
yes
of
or
us are
no so
audible
that
and visible.
we can see. Okay, because let's make this more interactive bootcamp this year from the past that was done last year in D2. Okay, so I'm able to see that there are like a lot of people joined over here. So before I get started in the keynote, my first question to everyone is, what do you mean an opportunity? A simple question. Just tell me what is an opportunity for you? Because right now I'll be discussing the opportunities that you will be getting from the foundation side right away, right now. Okay. So just buckle up and tell me what is the opportunity that you feel that you want, the opportunity that you think you want in the industry or in the field that you are in right now. Or you want like new people will be coming So, okay, to chance yourself. Okay, sorry, let me clear my voice. Hold on a second. Then,
Mr. J was
clear?
lagging, I think. We'll be back.
Yeah, sorry for the delay, everyone. I was just having network issues. Yeah. So, now it's clear, everyone. My voice, video, everything. Just type yes or no so that we can start a wonderful boot camp right away, right now. Because I'll be telling you few opportunities which will blow your mind. Okay, because I'll be giving you few freebies, because in foundation we provide freebies to all the participants who join a boot camp or a lot of what you can say events. So are you all excited for the freebies that I'll be giving you? Just tell me the freebies, because freebies, everyone needs some freebies to explore, to see how they can, like, what do you say, they can go ahead in the industry, they can learn, they can interact with industry expert. This is the one freebie. Another freebie is something else. Can you guess what's the freebie that I'll be providing you right away, right now, in during the boot camp? And during the 2 days, we'll be having two mini events in which top winners will be getting a lot of cool swags from GitHub and foundation side. Okay, okay. So let me start a good and brief how we started a journey. Okay, we started a journey from last, you can say, 3 years back. Okay, so in this we are seeing you all need a support, and we are ready to provide you the support, either it's in education, management, law, arts, anything. We are here for you to provide you the particular support. You need experts, we are here to provide you experts. You need workshops, we are here to provide you workshops. Plus we are up with free initiatives that we have launched this year. First is the SWOC. Like, everyone knows the SWOC, the script winter of code, the open source thing, because that thing was like a huge success that I feel because of your thinking, your talent that I've seen during the whole SWOC. Because over there, when I calculated the whole scores, that was out of my mind. Okay. So apart from that, we are coming up with, after the boot camp, we'll be having week of programming in which you will be learning some courses for free, 1 week long, from a trainer, live from your home, with certified proctored exam. Okay. And there's one more last thing that I've not told you. Okay, we are coming with community awards. Okay, in India, across the world, there are a lot of communities. So to provide them some benefits or some hard work, we have introduced community awards. So results for community awards will be declared tomorrow in the end. Okay, so are you all guys excited for the swags and opportunities? Okay, okay. So the first freebie that I've told you is by the sponsor, coding blocks. How many like coding blocks? Just raise your hand. Raise your hand. Coding blocks. CB. You'll be getting few things from CB. Tell me, CB. There are like few coupons you'll be getting to enroll their courses, to enroll what you want to learn in more advanced. Okay. So first is the CV thing that I'll be providing you right away, right now, during the live stream, by sharing a link. Okay. I'm sharing you a link. Fill that form and enter a code 1000. Okay. In the last of the form. Okay. And you'll be getting 55 to 60% off on the coding blocks courses, enroll any course you want. Okay, either it's machine learning, C++, DSA, cognitive programming, anything. Okay, so let me come to the next freebie. So, do you all know Reply Team? Let me also comment on the YouTube. Reply T. You know Reply T. Everyone, Reply T. Because we are having a latest session tomorrow on Reply T, in which you will be learning how you can build and host projects on that day. Okay, so we'll be running few freebies on Reply T as well. Okay, and Praveen is here. Great. So we are having a great session after my keynote. Praveen is coming live over here, and you will learning full stack, my favorite topic, because full stack is the major industrial concept that I feel should be learned by you, everyone. Everyone should learn. Okay. So apart from CB, we'll be having reply T. And do you want free domains? Free domains, unlimited domains to host your projects. You want it? Free domains from our next partner, XYZ. Okay. Okay, you need free domains. Okay. Okay. So free domains will be provided in the bootcamp. Link will be shared in between the bootcamp during the break. You all have to just fill a form. You will get all the freebies from our end right away by today. So that you can go ahead with the hands-on session that will be going on in the bootcamp. Okay. Apart from this, there is one surprise that I will be declaring right now. We are introducing India's first management community starting from today, in which we'll be focusing on startups, entrepreneurship, marketing, management, and a lot more things. Okay? Those who are interested, you want to explore in management, you want to work in the team, or you want to work in something that you feel can emerge something in management, because we feel if IT is there, then management is also there. If management is also there, then law is also there. So we are introducing a management community in which we'll be having various startup entrepreneurs coming in, having various startup talks, various sessions. You'll be learning something from the industrial experts, and you will getting a lot more fun, because this is the main thing. Because you all are entrepreneurs. I feel you all are entrepreneurs. You have an idea, you have implementation, and you have execution. If these three things you have, anyone can be an entrepreneur, because in hackathons students make ideas, implement, and make a product. Making a product is a huge success. So management communities will be focusing on the product, will be helping you to build a product, how that product will help you to build. Okay, so one last thing that I have not shared till yet. Okay, so we are launching Script Foundation Academy in summer, in which we are providing some passes to some students in various hackathons. So you can enroll in various hackathons in Hack You, um, Hack the Mountains. A lot of hackathons are there. Okay, I'll be sharing the list. Don't worry about that. Okay, you will be receiving these reviews over there as well, and in the bootcamp as well. Okay, plus you will be getting few passes of 70 to 80% vouchers from the foundation side, in which you can enroll in the foundation academy courses, in which our main aim is to provide you personal mentoring sessions. If you are learning in groups, learn in groups, but main thing is learn in personal, because everyone wants to learn something. You have doubts, you want to explore something, so we'll be having personal mentoring sessions. live training sessions where we'll be getting recorded videos after each and every session. There'll be live test after each and every session to see how your learning is. Okay. And one more last thing. There'll be one certified proctored exam from our side in which whose the passing marks will depend upon the scores. Okay. And you will be getting a proper certification from a proctor, and that will be industry verifiable, and you can use in all the resumes or CVs anywhere you want, and from there you can be a part of foundation by becoming an instructor. Okay. So for this will be coming soon. So as for now, let's go with the schedule that we'll be talking about. Okay. So as Yuvraj just told you about the schedule, let me told you again. So this is the website. I think so everyone has visited the website. The speakers which will be coming: Praveen, Mohit, Shivam, Arnav, a lot of speakers is there. Okay. So in this you are getting a lot of things, and I'm able to here to share you the basic schedule of the whole bootcamp. As Shivam has told you the schedule, okay, I'm just giving a glimpse once more so that it will be easier for you. You can also visit tryon.xyz and check out the schedule on the website itself. Okay, we'll be having exciting section of Praveen in full stack and moon. Then we'll be learning GitHub by Shivam, and then an exciting Kahoot event to win some exciting prizes, and then very exciting event in Hello World by Mohit Unil by Coding Blocks. Okay. The next day there are more exciting sessions. You will be meeting Usha Ringraju, and you will be learning about data science across domains. You will be learning about data science, machine learning. Okay. Then again a Kahoot event to win some prizes. Okay. Then you will be thinking about design thinking. So what is design thinking? Have you ever think of what is design thinking? Just tell me everyone. What is design thinking? Design thinking will be like learning something, how you design few things and how you implement in an architecture. For that, we have an exciting speaker coming tomorrow. Okay. And a last session that we have personally arranged for this year from the Ripple IT, in which you'll be building and shipping projects through Ripple IT. You'll be getting the hands-on lab on Ripple IT. You can host your projects for free. You can build your projects for free, and you can make your projects in a very exciting way. Okay, so it was nice talking to everyone. So I'm very excited to all of you to be able to see you in the boot camp, and I will be there anytime. You can chat over here. You can tag script, and I will be able to answer your queries. Okay, don't worry. If you have any opportunities you want, you feel that we should provide you, we will be able to provide you. Okay, so let's start a wonderful bootcamp. Okay, sure.
All right, so thank you very much, Mr. Jay. That was an insightful session on the bootcamp and the opportunities that Script Foundation will be giving everyone ahead. I'm sure everyone is super excited for all the opportunities and the gifts and the freebies, the workshops and the project opportunities that partners like Ripple IT, GitHub, and Coding Blocks will give everyone. I hope I had these opportunities when I was in college. In my first, I actually am in the first year, so I hope to work with Script Foundation, and I hope everyone will register, will take interest in all these things because these things will help you go a long way in the industry and also learn a lot more. So that was a great session, Mr. Jay. Thank you so much. And next up, we have Mr. Praveen Kumar Purushottam. He will be taking an exciting session on full stack and JavaScript. He will be giving a hands-on workshop, and I'm sure will be very knowledgeable for everyone. So Mr. Praveen is a GSOCO 2021. GSOC is the Google Summer of Code. He did participate and he has a lot of knowledge in that. And he is a lead consultant at Virtuasa. He's a career mentor, a hackathon hunter, innovator, speaker, full stack JavaScript specialist, a blockchain enthusiast, and he has a top 0.05% overall in Stack Overflow. So as you can see, it's a pretty stacked lineup as far as achievements are concerned. So everyone, I think, to take a lot of interest and extract as much knowledge out of him as possible. So I'm sure everyone excited for the JavaScript workshop that's lined up for everyone. So with this, let's welcome Mr. Praveen Kumar for his workshop and his talk. Mr. Praveen will be joining us soon. Till then, you can post your queries or your, anything you want to know in the chat box. And Script Foundation, I will try to get back to you. Can I get some feedback on how Mr. Jay's session was? What did everyone take away from it? What are the participants looking forward to in the next week and also tomorrow? What are the things they're looking to take away from this bootcamp? Let that be the question. So yes, I hope yes, Mr. Irani. It was extremely late. Mr. Praveen will be joining us. Can I get answers on that? What did you? What was your major takeaway from Mr. Jay's session, and what are the things you're looking forward to? I can see some comments. And Hindu Reja says that he's here only for Mr. Mohit Unyal. Yes, he will be joining us at 4 p.m. today in an exciting session on the first step in Hello World. Yes, Mr. Praveen is joining us in max 2 to 3 minutes. We're sorry for the delay. He'll be joining us very, very soon. He's in the UK actually right now. So there's some time delay because of that. So yes, he'll be joining us as soon as possible. Mr. Praveen is here, I think now. Can you say something, sir, just so we know you're audible? Yes, as I said, there were difficulties in Mr. Praveen to join the StreamYard link. So he's joined through Zoom and we'll be streaming that on YouTube. The entire bootcamp is held on YouTube itself.
Hello. Um, Hi everyone. Um, I hope everyone is able to hear me, right? Sorry, I thought I was waiting for them to start. Okay. So okay, so now let's go ahead with today's topic. So I'm a full stack developer and I'm working on HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and other things. So that's exactly what I'm working with currently, and I'm working for a bank in the UK, and it's one of the top three banks. And apart from this, I'm making sure everything related to front end and creating the complete architecture. That's exactly what I'm doing. So today our topic is going to be about full stack web development and why it is important and how great it is going to be. Because the main reason why I'm saying this is currently a lot of people are looking into full stack web development, how to get into full stack web development. That is what is going to happen. And how many of you are aware of the basics, like what will be the roadmap, etc. So here, out of here, can you all please comment out what is your skill set, and also tell me if my audio and video is clear. Okay, so Rohit says HTML, CSS, and JS only. Um, right. We'll still wait for other answers. So yeah, so for a full stack development, okay. So Sharat says HTML, CSS, Python, Java. Okay, that's cool. That's awesome to hear. Then we have got Om Kulbe who says HTML and CSS. Now we have C language and Python. Okay, so if you are coming to web development, the main programming language here is going to be JavaScript. So a lot of people are saying about Java, Python, C, C++, etc. So when it comes to C and C++, I don't think it is anyway related to HTML, anyway related to web technologies. But Python and Java might actually help you in a lot of things. Okay, before that, I keep saying that I'm a full stack developer, right? So what am I? Why do you say why when I keep saying I'm a full stack developer, then what is the reason of a full stack developer without a website? So let me share my screen quickly and show you what exactly how exactly my website looks. And finally, we are going to build something totally cool, totally awesome, that is going to help you out in putting your new domain in use. Shall we do that? Okay, so let me share this screen. So my website is praveen.science, like praveen.science, that's it. And if you open it, it looks like this. So it's gonna have a quick loading screen, and then it says, "Hi, I'm Praveen Kumar. I'm a cat lover. I'm a cook." So it also shows all my different hats I wear, and not only that, there is a way to contact me in Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Stack Overflow, Stack Exchange, etc. Those kind of things. And then when you go down, there is a quick about me, and there's a small profile section where I have got all my details here. What are my skills? These are all old. I have to change everything, I know. Then yeah, do you should I hire you or something like that? Viewing profile will go to my LinkedIn profile, then experience, then education. In case for people who have not got experience, you can easily just put only education. That's alone is enough. So what all things I have done so far. Then I have got some kind of a portfolio. This is something very important which I wanted to say everyone. So please, even if you have a small amount of experience, try to put it on your social media and flaunt it yourself. Because look at me. So this is something which I did like long ago, while I did something here. The recent ones are really, they look really great, right? So everything whatever you put, let it be there, let it be online, so that someone will come and get you that, okay, yeah, this person has the skill set that I require, and then they will get you. Then finally, I always love sharing my knowledge to others. So always have a blog, whether it is a free blog or a paid blog. Just make sure you have something, so that this will also help you with your communication purpose as well. It will increase your communication, so this will be a great idea as well. And then finally, coming back to what people talk about me behind my back, and then there should be a way to contact you in case of anything. So this is something which I wanted to say. Oh, by the way, I also do have a YouTube channel. So in case if you are interested, go check it out. So this has a lot of interesting things. Everything is technical. Most of the things are workshops, and at the end you will be doing something really cool. And if you go to the playlist, you can find out everything being grouped together, what all things are there. And finally, for people who are very much interested, I also did something like a game. Okay, so if you search for React, sorry, if you search for game or something, also there is something called as 30 days of React, which in which you have like 30 videos, 30 days. Each day I'm solving something really crazy. And let me show you how this thing looks like. So this is 30 days of React, and there are 30 different episodes, and you can easily learn React in the live way, like changing everything. There will be one of the co-hosts, and anyone who wants to become a co-host, go here. um, Sorry, I'm not able to post the links. Can the Script Foundation please add me as a moderator so that I can post some links, please? Okay, so when I'm able to post the links, I'll post the links. Before that, how is it going, by the way? Okay, cool. I hope everything is going fine. Nice. So yeah, so what I was trying to say is like, yes, so this is possible. And it's very easy to, like, learn React in the right way. And another thing is, I have also done some nice games as well using React.js. So this is something which I wanted to show you. These are two things. Okay, so there is a trailer and there is a primer. Okay, sorry, there is the main workshop. Okay, this is the trailer and this is the main workshop. Main workshop is about 1 hour long. So let's have a quick look at the trailer, which is just 1.5 minutes long. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. So this is like StreamYard sharing Zoom, Zoom sharing screen, and sharing sound. Okay, this is actually crazy. So just give me one moment. So let me open this video. And hey folks, today I created an awesome escape room concept as a primer using React.js. How many of you are interested in looking at the final product and a complete workshop? Here's a demo. So what happens is, this is what you see in the whole page. And then I could see, like, okay, if I click on this place or that place or that place or that place, nothing happens. Okay, why don't I click on the bulb? Oh wow, I get a question saying, what do you see? Let me put as a bulb. Oh, sorry, try again. Okay, let me click on the other bulb. Bulb again. Okay, I'm literally shivering myself. So let me try this. Okay, bulb no. Oh, there you see there are two puzzle pieces. Now let me try to use light one. That's right. I got my puzzle piece glowing with a tick mark. Let me put as light two, and boom. That's right. I've got my case solved. So do you want to know how I built this? Just watch this complete demo in YouTube. I start from building the basic stuff using React, and it's going to be really helpful for people who are beginning your React.js journey. So go on, check out the link below, and please subscribe to the channel as well. So have a nice day. See ya. So that's exactly what I did using the trailer. It's really interesting for some people who will be working with. And we along with script, we have also done something called as mentor of code. There are like loads and loads of ways to, like, going into the open source world and stuff like that. So are how many of you are still with me? There are no answers actually. How is this game? Tell me how it was. And today we will be doing something really, really interesting. So we are going to create. So how many of you want this? Okay, so I'm gonna do a kind of like a poll or something like that. So I just wanted to know if you are going to. Okay, um, I wanted to know if you are going to uh, like me to build a website of a CV or your portfolio. So we can do something either of these two things. Okay, so either we can create a CV of yourself using React, which can be reused by others, or we can create a website which is again reusable in a simple, quicker, easy way. What do you want? Please let me know. So website or CV, and this you can put it on your free domain as well using GitHub pages. This is exactly what we are going to do today. Okay, so Om Kulbe says portfolio website. Yeah. See, website is okay. Portfolio or CV? That is the question. Portfolio or CV? Portfolio or CV? Portfolio or CV? Okay, I don't think I can still share my share any links. So just give me some time. Okay, before that, I wanted to show you how full stack development works. So in the meantime, if you wanna check out my YouTube channel, uh, don't forget, go ahead and give a um, like or thumbs up. Sorry, go and subscribe to this as well. This will help me do, like, motivate me on a lot of things. And I couldn't still share the links right now. Oh my god, the roadmap I really wanted to share. Okay, I'll show you the roadmap right away. Okay, so so there is this website called roadmap.sh. Okay, so just make a note of all these things. So roadmap.sh will actually give you a lot of different cool things to learn about. Okay, so in roadmap.sh you will be able to find out how you can become a full stack developer. So what is a full stack developer? You have to um, learn both the front end and the back end. Okay, so that is what is there. So in this developer roadmaps, you can see all these: front end roadmap, back end roadmap, DevOps roadmap, Android roadmap. How many of you are here Android developers, and how many of you are DBAs? So these two things are actually community curated. So just forget about these two things. But go ahead. Obviously, this will definitely help you. And finally, there is also React roadmap as well. Let's go look at front end, back end, and React. These three things. Okay. So the first thing is about front end. So if you go into the front end roadmap, we can clearly see that there are like loads and loads of new things that we can work with. Okay. So here, it starts with basics of internet, how the internet works, what is HTTP, what are browsers, how they work, what is DNS, what is a domain name. We are all getting free domains, right? What is a domain name, what is a hosting, every single thing is here. And finally, um, we do have something like what do you call this one? Yeah, uh, the basics of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, how you will develop the code using what do you call the different layout components, etc. So these kind of things are really helpful. So let's go back and see how we can look at the backend part. So if you see the backend, we have like basics of internet, basic front end knowledge, whatever you learned in the front end part. Now coming to the operating system and general knowledge. So then you will see, like, we need to find a language which is JavaScript or Python or Ruby, something like this. And then databases, version control systems, APIs, security. Security is really helpful in these things. Then we have testing. Testing, I think it's, we are developers. We are lazy to do the testing parts. And other things are also here. Okay. So coming back to, um, let's go ahead. Okay. So just give me some time. I'll see if I'm able to. Right. I still can't post the links. Okay, fine. So, okay, cool. So I'll just post it in a different way. So it's if you go to praveen.science, and this is roadmap.sh. Okay, so these are the different two websites which I wanted you to have a look, which you will be able to find it out. Okay, cool. So we have a good quick look about this one. So let's close all these things, and let's go ahead and build our first website. So as Jay Sadhana said, it's free domains. So we'll be getting .xyz domains. So I built my own free, like XYZ website like this in a simple way. So let's also do something in a nice way using React.js. Okay, so that is exactly what we are going to work on right now. And Coming back to how we are going to do, we'll be using code sandbox. So if you go to react.new, this will help you in creating something totally in a different way. Like this will get you a perfect Visual Studio Code kind of a scenario. Okay, so now I'm gonna share this one as well. So react.new. Oh, cool. Now I guess I'm able to post the links. Just give me a second. So here's this. This is my YouTube one. I hope it is able. You are able to see this, and we have got Praveen.science. That's my website. And finally, we have got roadmap.sh. So these are the three websites I was telling you to have a look at. Okay. So and coming to the react.new, um, it's again https react.new. Okay. So I hope everyone has got all the links, right? Can you all confirm that you're able to see the links? Okay, nice. So let's start with a simple website. Okay, so we will be using something called as Bootstrap. Obviously, Bootstrap is really helpful because we'll be using responsive mobile applications. So if you want to make sure your website is responsive or something like that, we can make use of that. And since I've got like a couple of Bootstrap helpers, so I have got something like Bootstrap React helpers. So this one has got some couple of elements. You don't need to have any further knowledge, previous knowledge for doing all these things. So it's very easy for to use copy and paste something like that. So what we are going to do is like I just copied this one. This is for the header component. So if I just save this one, it's going to create a new forked sandbox. You can see that a sandbox has been forked. So all I need to do is I need to create a folder called components. Then I'll put this app inside the components. This is going to break on the right side. So inside the index.js, I'm going to change it to ./components/app. And then if I refresh this page, I should be able, yeah, okay. So the problem here is the styles. So let's get rid of the styles.css as well. And if I go back to my app.js, I just need to get rid of this one too. Okay, cool. So I've got something like this. So now inside the components, I'm going to also add the header.js. So I've got the header.js. Okay, now before anything, this is actually Bootstrap based. That's what I said, right? So we need to have the Bootstrap code in this. So let's do get Bootstrap. Sorry, not get Bootstrap. So let's go to bootstrapcdn.com. So this will give you all the Bootstrap based things. So this is what we want. I'll just send you this link. Cool. So I just copied this link. I'll go back to our code sandbox. Here's the resource. Okay, by the way, this code, right? You want this code, right? I'll just send you this code as well. So if you open this link, code we are writing. So if you open this link, you will also be able to see the whole complete code here. Okay, so this will help you in that way. And also if you want to view the code, okay, so view the code, this is the view page. All right, so these are the things that we are working with. Okay, and coming back to right, coming back to our page. So we still have to add the CSS parts. So I'm gonna show you a couple of things here. Okay, so the first thing is let me open a new window in my local Visual Studio Code. So I've got this particular setup here. So if you see the installed themes and installed extensions, these are the extensions that I have installed. For this, what you need to do is all you need to do is go to Google and type in Praveen Dev Environment. Okay, so if you type in Praveen Dev Environment, you can see something like this. Okay, so here you can find all the things, all the stuff that I use for my computer. These are the things I'm using for my computer. So I'm using Google Chrome. I'm using just give me a second. I'm not sharing sound. Yeah, so I'm using Google Chrome. I'm using Google Chrome extensions. One of the main extensions is React DevTools. And then finally, coming back to our VS Code, VS Code has all these things. These are the things. But if you want to exactly copy paste my settings, you can use this dot file. Okay, so if you go to this dot file, you can see this raw version of the JSON. So if you go to your VS Code here, if you go to file code, so preferences settings, and click on this particular button, you'll be getting the same thing. You just need to copy, paste it here. That's it. Okay. So these are a couple of things which I wanted to say before I start. And finally, coming back, I wanted to ask you all something. Okay. So let's say if you are creating a website like this, which has a header, it has a nav1, nav2, nav3, okay, up to nav4. I'm not able to draw this. There is a logo. Okay, so let's say if this is the kind of like a header that you're actually using, and this looks like this. Okay, so you have a header tag, you have a h1 tag. Inside the h1 tag, you have a logo with a link, and then you have a nav tag. Then there is a ul tag, li tag. Then there is nav1 as a link inside the h1 inside a. Like that, you have nav1, nav2, nav3, nav4. Just HTML and CSS. Okay, just HTML and CSS. How long will you take? Question. Just HTML. No, not even CSS. Just HTML structure. How long will you take? So please add your messages, add your options here. So that will actually help us. Okay, and then I'll show you some kind of a magic right away. How many of you are willing to see the magic right now? Come on, folks. Anyone? Any guesses? How long do you think the HTML and CSS, this to build this particular layout will take? Okay, since no one has been answering, I'll just go ahead. I thought I would give a T-shirt for someone who is answering first. Okay, cool. So I'll go ahead and I'll tell you how long this will take. So we know that this is the structure. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first set the syntax to HTML, and now let's do this. The time is going on like this, so it's 8:30, 8:30. So I'll just start at 40 maybe. Okay, so another 5 more seconds. I need a doc type, and then I need a header. Inside the header, I want a h1. I want a a. Inside the a, I'm putting a logo, and along with the logo, there is a nav tag. Then there is a ul tag. Then there are 4 list items, and then we have each list item having a link called nav 1, 2, 3, 4. Done. Took me less than 20 seconds, and I can also go through these things to say like, okay, this is nav1, nav2, something like that, right? So that's exactly what we will be mostly using sometimes. And I'm also gonna do the change language mode and make it as JSR, so that I could actually set things up um in this one as well, so in our headers and other things. Okay, cool. Now another thing is, let's go back to our app.js, and we don't need all these things. We will be requiring a class component here. So I'll start with a class component. Oh no. So we'll start with a class component, and let's go ahead, paste it. make it as .app, and here's where everything comes up. Okay, cool. Hello, Trion. Okay, so now we have got something like this. Okay, so we also have this header, right? So I'm just going to put header, auto import from header. So I do this. Now all I will be doing here is create a header here. So header, at least till this. How many of you want a dark header? How many of you want a light header? I'm just going to put my portfolio. Okay, how many dark? How many light? So the first thing I need to do is I need to center this heading. So justify content center. Cool. Okay, so this is my dark portfolio. So if I do something simple as dark equal to true, so with just one single line of code, I was able to change this into dark and light, right? Not even one single line of code. It's just two words, and I'm able to do this dark and light. So who wants what? Who wants light? Who wants dark? Okay, so Abhilasha actually gave the first answer. Since we also have a lag here, I would like to offer her a kind of a t-shirt. Okay, does it work, Abhilasha? Since you gave the first answer, and yeah, Emmet actually helps us in a lot of things. So Abhilasha, please connect with me on LinkedIn and tell give me free t-shirt so that I'll get you an awesome swag. Cool. So yeah, here's my LinkedIn, and yes, so that's awesome. So Abhilasha has got a t-shirt. That's cool. And right, so a lot of people, no, not a lot of people, only Anand Kumar Pandey says dark. So let's go ahead with dark, and I'm just going to get rid of this one. So if I remove this, we just have my portfolio, which says something like this. So again, this is not my portfolio. I need a configuration file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder here, which says constants, and just make sure you are going to use this one a lot. Okay, so this is something which you will be using. Just give me a second. Okay, cool. So inside the constants folder, we are going to create a what shall we name it as? Config.json, JS or JSON. Let's go with JS because it's easier. Okay, so export default. Okay, so const config equal to, it's going to be a configuration, and I'm going to do an export default config. All right, so now we have got something like this. If we try opening this one on the screen, we will be able to see my portfolio and React app here. Okay, so we don't want those things to come in. So instead of that, I want to change it in such a way that it works perfectly fine. Okay, so before that, we need to get this config loaded into the state. So let's have a state, then config equal to null for the moment, and then we do component did mount, which is something similar to how you will start your website or something like that. Okay, so let's start with your name. Okay, so let's who wants to put your name here? Please tell me, whose portfolio are we building? Is it mine or is it yours? I believe it is yours. So who wants to go first? So I'll wait for them to give their name and title. Title means something like software developer or something like that. Okay, so please, whoever gives your first name and title will be here. Okay, sorry, out of swags, so we are not getting anything right now, but still. Okay, so now let's do import config from constants/config. Okay, so that's something which we are doing. And technically, I don't even need a state here because we are using config directly, right? So when the component loads, okay, so we need to do something on the title. So let me say document dot title. I'm just gonna just simply save my portfolio. Okay, if I save this and refresh this page, it's gonna say my portfolio here, not React app. Did you see this? So we'll be changing this into this person's name's portfolio. That's exactly what we are going to do that. Okay, before that, I need a person's name. Okay, so Shivam Pal. Shivam, you are the first person. Okay, let's go with Shivam. So we'll go into the config.js, make it as Shivam Pal. Shivam, what is your title, man? What are you? Are you a software developer? Are you a web developer? Are you a full stack developer? Tell that us. Tell it us too as well, so that we can add that title, please. Okay, so Manisha has said everything, like Manisha and full stack developer. So we are going to go with Manisha Rajput. So sorry, Shivam, you lost the chance. I told everyone, like, tell both the things. So Manisha Rajput, full stack developer. Okay, cool. So we have got the name and title. Okay, so what we are going to do is, instead of this document title here, we'll be doing config dot name portfolio names, whatever the title. Okay, config dot title portfolio. Okay, so something like this we are doing. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to copy this one, and instead of my portfolio, I'm going to paste this. Bam, there you go. So if I refresh this page, you can see React app Manisha Rajput's full stack developer portfolio. Cool. So before that, we also need something called as node SAS, and then we are going to create our own CSS file as well. So we will create a styles folder, and inside the styles folder, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create a new file called um, index.scss, and this index.scss will be imported in the index file, and then we will be forgetting this one. Okay, so let's forget the index.js file. So inside the index.scss file, what we are going to do is, body, we will start with something like a font. Let's have Open Sans for now. Font family, it's going to be Open Sans, and we need other things as well, right? So we have got app, we have got header, etc. So let's do with at import app. This is going to fail again because app.scss is not there. So app.scss, now this one will have everything inside the app. So if you go to the app.js, we can see that the class name app is there, and then inside this there is a header.scss, right? Again, let's do header. So let's create a new file, header.scss. So you know where exactly you need to go and check if you need to do something. Okay, so header, for this header, what we will do is, let's give margin bottom 15. Cool. And then in this app, we need to also give the class name header here. Cool. Now, if we try to refresh this page, take some time, transpiles all the modules, and inspecting it, boom, we have got the margin here. Perfect. So this is exactly what we wanted to do here. Okay, so let me zoom in a bit so that everyone is able to see it clearly. Nice. So now the first thing is, we need to create a nice portfolio. Manisha, can I borrow your YouTube profile picture? So whatever is there in the profile picture, can I just borrow it here, if that is okay for you? Let me try to get that. And yeah, only if you say yes, I'm gonna take this up. I respect your privacy. For now, I'll just try to get this. Okay, so this is Manisha's profile picture. So what we are going to do is let's copy this one and let's go to our config.js and avatar we'll put and then paste this out here. Okay, this is a 320px avatar, so I'm just going to make it as 512 pixels avatar. Okay, cool. Now what I'm going to do here is we need to start with something simple. Okay, so I'm just going to use my VS Code again. So I want a container, I want a row, I want call 12 in the smaller version, and I want call 6, call md6 star 2. No, no, dot, no, dot. Okay, actually star 2 is right. Okay, so we have got two columns, and inside this column, right, I'm gonna put an image. Okay, imgsrc is something alternate, and this is again I'll be adding some name. Then let's start with a h1 tag, which says the name. H2 tag says the title. Okay, so let's copy this one, paste it over here, save it. Yeah, I know this will not work. So config dot image, no, avatar, right? Avatar, and then alt will be config, no, config dot name, right? Let's see what it says. Bam, that worked. So the name, the title, I don't want the name, the title. So let's make config dot name, config dot title. Okay, so we have got something like this so far. Should like it should display this way. So let's refresh it in this main page and see how it looks like. Okay, it shows something like this. Okay, what we are going to do is now we are going to play around with the container and, like, you know, the heading and these things. So these whole stuff can be changed into how should we change it to? This is the main you know, like main banner or something like that, right? So let's create another file called banner.js. Okay, so banner.js is going to be a functional component, RAFCE, banner, and obviously this will take only one option, which is called as config. Okay, now we'll just go back to our app, take this whole div, put it inside this, cut everything, because this doesn't accept it doesn't have this thing, right? So that's the reason I'm using VS Code for auto suggest. Okay, so let's go with the banner auto import. Let's give the config as the config, and then bam, it works. Okay, so looks good. Now inside this app, we also need banner at import banner. So let's go into the styles. Let's create another file called banner.scss, and let's save this one. And here dot banner, this banner will have a couple of things. Okay, first thing is, we don't know, we'll see what we can do here. Okay, now let's go back to our banner.js. This container will have banner as the CSS class, and here you can see this as the image container. Okay, so let's make it as banner hyphen image. Okay, so since it's banner hyphen image, I'm going to put ampersand minus image. So now this image should not go more than 250 pixels. Okay, width 250. Does it work? I guess I need to refresh this page. It doesn't actually. I guess okay, banner image, I need to use the image img. So inside the banner img Why doesn't this work? Okay, let's try to refresh this one again. Yes, that worked. Not only that, I want to also do border radius 100%. Okay, for some reason SCSS is not actually working here. It's not reloading, auto reloading it. So if you refresh this page in its normal view, it's going to show this way. And this image, right, we need to give text align center so that it looks something totally in a different way. So this comes in the right position. We have our first thing done. Okay, so any questions so far? We have been doing a lot of things so far. Any questions? Okay, you can all see this website in this way. So see the website here, right? So now we need to start with a couple of things, right? So we have got our first banner ready, and we also need to give a small description as well. Manisha, would you be kind enough to give a small description to us, please? Like a couple of lines or something like that about you. Until then, I'm gonna do a crazy thing. So inside the config, I'm gonna put like something like an about section which says whatever is there inside the incognito window. I'm just gonna put that. So let me put this one. And then if I go back to our banner.js, so here we have got all these things, and then I'm gonna add a paragraph tag. Then let's open with config and config dot. It's about, right? Boom. This looks so funny. Now look at this. Right, so we have got something like this, right? So before that, we also need to make these two things centered. Also, we can do one more thing as well. If you squish this so much, it's going to go centered as well. So that is also good, right? So what we will do is this one, text center, text md left. Okay, so what happens here is during the normal phase, it shows this way. And if it is going to a smaller one, it will be centered. And also we need some space here, right? In the smaller version. So what we can do is actually not just the smaller version. We just need a space normally. So pt3 maybe. It's very small, but let's see if that helps. Nope, it's very small. So let's make it as pt5, which is cool. So let's see this. Okay, it's kind of like centered. So if we do this way, it's gonna go perfectly aligned with this. Okay, so we have got something like this. I'll just leave it at pt4. Okay, so or else pt4 is okay-ish. Nice. So we have got something in a simple way, right? Cool. The next thing that we want to do is the education information and the other information. Okay, so for these things, what we can do is we'll create other so far is it good? Is it nice? Is it good? Please let me know. Any questions? Like if you have any questions, you can also let me know about that too. Thank you, Agastya. All right, so let's go ahead and start with our other sections. Okay, so let's go into the config.js. Now we have education section and experience section. I know most of the people will not have any experience section. So experience will just put with an empty array, and education will put another empty array. Okay, so we have got both education and experience as well. Now let's go with the education part. Okay, Manisha. Okay, anyone? Okay, let's try to see Manisha's LinkedIn profile. So I hope I am able to find her. Okay, we'll just go with any kind of a Manisha. Okay, so we'll just take something, but this is a recruiter profile. We'll just go with okay. I'll just do one thing. I'll use my profile and get all the details. Okay, so before that, has Manisha gave her about me section? No, she did not. So I'll just go copy my about me section then. So I'll just copy this one. So Manisha, you are actually me now. So there you go. So that's something awesome. And Manisha, your profile looks super cool. So let's cut it out at this 2018, or else it will go big. So let's try to do that. Cool, nice. Now with respect to experience section, how we need to do is we need to check if this particular thing is there or not, and then we need to put the experience section. Okay, so here config dot experience dot length greater than 0, then show experience. The same way, this is called as conditional rendering. Education dot length, so show education. At the moment, if you see this, you won't be able to find anything. Like literally this page is stopped here. Okay, so now if I go to the config.js and try to put an education part here and save it, you can see that show education has come up. Okay, so the same way, if I put something here, show experience is also coming up. Okay, so that is exactly what we are going to do. So we are creating two more new components, and we will be using them here. Okay, so let's do education.js. Another one is experience.js. Okay, so we have got two things. Let's go here, RAFCE. So this is going to be education, rename, copy, education, bam, copy this whole thing, save it, experience, paste, experience. Okay, cool. So I'll just put show experience, and it's also going to take experience here. Okay, sorry, experience in a smaller way. Okay, that's the input. Here it's going to take education as the smaller way. That's the input. Now here show experience, so we'll put show education. Cool. Now if we go back to our app.js, instead of show experience and show education, I'm going to put experience. It's going to auto import it, and here we have this experience thing. This should take in config.experience. Okay, the same way we copy this whole thing, we'll put over it here. We'll put education, auto import education, education, config.education. Okay, cool. So now if you see this, there's nothing coming in. And if I go to config, I add this, you see show education here. Okay, cool. So now let's start working with the education and experience part. At the moment, we have this config, we have this container and all these things in Bootstrap, right? So we'll be using something on that. Now let's go back to our container row call 12 h2 education. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this whole thing. Let's go back to our education.js. Paste this. This is going to be education. Save it. The same thing I'm going to copy. Let's go to our experience. Paste it, save it. Experience. And this is going to be again experience. Okay, now if we do this way, inside the config, I put education here. Only education gets showed. Okay, this is cool, right? So with this said, the same way how we made this as a center aligned stuff. I don't know why this is not getting center aligned right now. This is supposed to be center aligned, right? This one. Yeah, it is center aligned. Why is it not center aligned here? Maybe I need to refresh this page. Yep, it is center aligned. So now let's start with education. So all we need to show is, okay, open this one. Boom, there is an education part coming in. And all we need to show is school, which school used ID, and then year maybe. Then what else do we need? Major or subject or degree, maybe degree. I guess these three things is okay. These three things are enough. Okay, we can have this degree and school name on the right side. So it's like this, right? And year on the degree and year on the right side, school name bottom, something like that, because most of the school names are like super huge, and we can do something like that. Okay, so instead of degree, there is anything else we can use, subject or education. Education stream, we can use stream so that it helps us in identifying it. Okay, I'm just gonna do two things. One is for masters and one is for undergraduates. Okay, so Manisha, do you want should we type something in that? Do you have your school names ready? At least, if not, I'll use my school names. Okay, I'm just gonna put my school names here. Anna University. Here is let's say 2020, and this is 2022. Sorry, supposed to be 2022 here. And the stream here is bachelor's in computer science, master's in cloud computing. Wish this was true. Come to University of Leicester. England, United Kingdom. The same way, Anna University, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Something like this. So this is huge, right? Super huge. So we need to give this its own space. So what I'm gonna do here is inside the education. So you can see that both education and experience share the common thing, right? So what we are going to do is, instead of using two different things, we can use one single stuff. So what I'm gonna do is, we can have something like a wrapper. But anyway, we can do something like an item. Okay, so I'm gonna go create edu exp item.js. Edu exp item details. So now what I'm going to do here is, we are going to map through the items and then we are going to paste it here. So edux by items is what is the current thing. So I'll also give the class name as edux item, and let's see how we are going to do it. So here I need to show the details. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to use a pre tag. This can have some classes. Border rounded p3 bg light, and then my favorite thing is json.stringify, and then we'll use details comma null comma 2. So whatever details is being sent to this one, it will show it out here. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is inside the education, after the call 12 is over, I'll give some class name mb3, and then here there is a map function which we need to do, education dot map, and then edu. Here I'm gonna do edu exp item class name, sorry, details is going to be edu, and something like this. Okay, so if you look at this, it has already come up like this: stream, year, and school. Okay, stream, year, and school. All we need to do is we need to make this particular data to come to life. So far, all clear? Okay, she has done it in IDDAV public school. Hey Dheeraj, how are you? Thanks for coming in. So let's go back to hey, school in the sense I meant your engineering or like the degree, the after school thing. So if that is still DDAV, I can add it here. Uh, is it DAV public school? You don't do bachelor's in computer science in DAV public school for sure, right? But still, it's all right, just for testing purposes. Okay, so this edu item is there, right? Let's get into that. So we have got something like this. Okay, so we have got a stream, details.stream year school. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is const stream equal to details. Okay, stream year school. Okay, these are the three things that's gonna come inside the stuff. So if I try to add these three things down there, it will go away. Okay, cool. So that actually works. If I even do like name Praveen or something like that, it is also coming. So it is the live data that is being coming here. So I'm just going to get rid of this one. So we need these three things: stream, year, school here. So the first thing is stream and year should be coming in the left and right positions. So Bootstrap already provides a lot of things. So I'm just going to give something called as a box or something like that. So where is the card item? So remember I said I have this thing. So we have got this card element. I'm just going to copy this whole thing, and let's go back to our components. Let's add card.js, and then let's create the card. Okay, so now here inside the edu experience thing, sorry, not edu exp item, let's add card. Okay, it will say card is not found. So import card from card. Okay, cool. Does it have a card now? Like a nice card is there. It's actually there. So let's do this way. We'll start with something simple. So let's do in simple way, like h2. Okay, h2 slash h2. Hello. That's super huge. Okay, let's do in totally in a different way. So I'm just gonna quickly go look at this one. There is a title and text. Okay, I'm just gonna use the title and text. So how is this text being generated? Text is being generated through this way. So text is fine. So text will contain the school name. So that's school. Okay, cool. School is looking good. Now we need the heading, right? So it's exactly header h5 and header. Okay, cool. So what we are going to do now is we need two values. Okay, so h5, inside the h5 is what we are going to do it, and it's going to be header, and Great. So header and text header needs to be false. So just header is what we are going to use here. So we literally don't need this part at all. So header is gonna have, say, stream inside a div, like inside a span, stream, and on the right side you have year. I don't know whether I'm doing it in the right way or bad way. How is it coming so far? Are you all finding it easy, something helpful? Okay, let's do span, class name. I'm gonna do deflex, and here class name. This needs to take up full width. Okay, so flex grow 1. Bam! There you go. So we have got Masters in Cloud Computing 2022, University of Leicester, and everything. So now we don't need the stupid pre. Let's get rid of the pre. Boom! And also we need something like margin bottom or something like that. How do I give this? Okay, so class name we can give, and we can give MB2, 3, something like this. Damn, that's it. How does this look like? So this is the same thing. We will be using the um, experience as well. Okay, let's go to the experience part, and we'll just copy this whole thing. The only difference is we need this part. Okay, we need this thing. It's going to be experience.map, and we need class name as MB3. Okay, cool. Now, since the experience item is not here, so we need to follow the same kind of concept here as well. So stream, year, and school is what we need to do. So what we can do is, okay, let's Manisha, can we hire you in Google? That's easier, right? Okay, stream, you are a full stack developer. So let's say February 2022 to present. Do you want to work with Google? Google Inc. I don't know whether it is Google Inc. Google. That's it. So there you go. So that's your future CV. I hope you will be there like this. And now, one thing that we need to do is bam. So far you look this way. This is your resume. When you look it in your phone, it looks like this. When you look it in a normal one, it looks like this. So uh, right, that's going good. So far, how it is? Got it, Manisha. You got the graduation from Government College, Hisar, Haryana. Okay, that's fine. We'll just put something here so far. Okay, so how is this so far, folks? What do you think about this? And cool. So let's go ahead and complete this one. So we have got our education and experience done so far, and finally So you do here, right? Okay, so come in, come to University of Leicester to do your masters in cloud computing, then get hired in Google in 2 years, which will be awesome. And yeah, so this is actually a simple demonstration of this. The same way I have also done something like cv.praveen.science, so prof.xyz. So this also looks like, this is also a simple CV that we actually did the same way in 1 hour using React. And the source code of this is available in my YouTube channel again. So let's go back to our playlist, sorry, videos, and let me try finding it out. So this is the workshop that we did, and we also tried to make this whole thing work. So for example, at the end, you could see we are able to completely work this out. The same college qualification description, the same kind of stories, and I just got this one. So we just copied all these things. Bam, that's exactly what I wanted to tell. So this is something in a different way. You can also use this. This is also available for open source, and here's the complete workshop of that. All right. So any questions so far? Like what I'm planning to do is, like, I'll stop my screen sharing, and I'll listen to your questions. So so far, any questions or something like that? Manisha, you just removed your college name. That's okay, that's fine. I can understand. So right, Dheeraj, can you do something awesome so that I can give you a t-shirt as well? Definitely, for sure. I can give you a t-shirt, and I'm open to questions right now. So we have got around another 10 minutes left for 2 o'clock break, so that I'll just give you questions. By the way, for people who are really want to learn something new, and also if you want to um, get your free swags and stuff like that, please come and um, subscribe to my YouTube channel as well. That will also give you a lot of things. I always put some kind of a giveaways and stuff, free swags, and what do you say, like interesting videos. So yes, so that will also give you some nice awesome free swags. So go check this out. Um, there is also a lot of free swags available in my YouTube channel. So that's something which I'm asking you humbly. And another thing, so any questions, I'm happy to answer you right now with respect to React and other things. And here, Jay Sadhana has come in. Hey, Jay, you closed me. No, come on, Jay,
Yeah,
just
yeah, I'm
show
here.
yourself as well.
I'm back.
Okay,
I'm back. Yeah.
please,
Okay. So this was the first session of the
you want
bootcamp.
to talk?
Okay. So I'm giving. Okay. So as we have decided according to the schedule. Okay.
Cool,
So
cool.
Praveen, it was a nice session. I have seen all the whole session from my side. Okay. Excellent session. Okay. And I think we can do more sessions in future for these students. Okay. And as for the schedule, what we have decided,
Thank
like
you.
you have learned a lot of new things. We want to give you a break. Take a break of 20 minutes. Okay. Live stream is active. Come back after 20 minutes. You will be learning about Git and GitHub by Shivam Goel. Okay. He will be training you from scratch about Git and GitHub. And let's make that session interactive, because after that session there is one last session of the day, that is introduction to coding blocks. Because most of the people are saying that they want to meet Mohit. Okay, so tell me one thing, who want to win swags now?
Hey, Jay, I wanted to answer a couple of
Who
questions
want to
as
win
well. So
swags
let me know when can I answer the questions.
in the bootcamp? Like the Praveen one is different. I'm saying during the bootcamp, because we'll be having a mini event now. Just do a thumbs up or anything. I will get your replies.
Many events are always rocking. Okay, so to answer the question from Abhilasha Arohi, uh, uh, okay, so I'll start with answering one by one question. So Abhilasha Arohi asks,
Okay.
I'm a JS beginner now.
So,
I want to learn React JS, want to know how much time I should devote to JS and then move on to React JS. So when we
mhm,
saw the, like the complete content of how, the roadmap of React JS, you see, like, you need to start with the front end and then you need to go into the React JS. So for the front end part, you need to know basics of HTML, CSS, and a little bit advanced in JavaScript. So that you can understand clearly how React works, what is the behind the scenes things. Then you start with props and states and components and other things. So Abhilasha, please message me on LinkedIn. I'll be able to guide you in a one-on-one basis as well. So this is the ultimate goal. So all the complete thing that you need to know is like states and props, life cycle, class components and functional components, fetching data, then conditional rendering. Pretty much that's it. Looping through data and then rendering the data, as simple as that. And then maximum, I would say, if you are extremely passionate, you take only 3 days to completely finish off both HTML, sorry, both JavaScript ES6 and React. So that's something which I would say. Agastya says, very great session. Thank you. Thank you so much, Agastya. Please connect with me on LinkedIn. Also, give this video a thumbs up and then subscribe to my channel and this channel as well. Dheeraj, same thing. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. And Manisha, thanks. I'll connect with you as well. So since we have been using you as the guinea pig for the complete workshop, I would like to offer you as well a T-shirt too. So don't forget. So message me on LinkedIn for that too. Agastya says, "Hello, Praveen. My question to you: I'm from mechanical background and I want to shift to. Sorry, just give me a second. Mechanical background. I want to shift to computer science background, like developer. Is it a good decision? Yes, decision is good because." Um, what I would say is, okay, it depends. First thing, are you happy in shifting from mechanical to computer science? Because I don't want to force people on taking decisions. But secondly, what I would say is, comparing to mechanical jobs, the computer science jobs are really easy to do, and there are abundance, plenty of them are there. So it is easier for you to survive in computer science rather than in mechanical. Unless and until, I will say, if you are passionate about mechanical engineering, please don't go away from your passion. Your passion is something which people will like, right? So I don't want people to, like, go out of their passion stuff. So that's something which I wanted to say. Apart from that, your decision is a good decision in case if you like it and if you want to move ahead with that. Any other questions, or Jay is gonna kick me out of this screen?
no issues. You can ask. If you have anyone has any questions, you can just ask. Feel free to ask.
Any good resources for MERN? Yeah. Sorry, Jay, I'm not able to hear you.
Okay, once again, now it's clear.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So
For
okay, so this
for
was
MERN, what I
the
would suggest is, let's go with this one. So you have free code camp, and there are like so many things that are available. Okay, for MERN, right? Come to my YouTube channel. Some shameless marketing here. Sorry, Jay.
okay.
Any other things? Any other questions?
No
Any
issues. Okay.
other stuff? Or Jay, what are you gonna kick me out now?
Yeah. No. Okay. So let me just tell them like this was the first session on the boot camp. Okay. So we are having our next session after 20
Oh,
minutes
wait.
because
There is another question. Ani Bharadwaj asks, how is
yeah, sure, definitely.
how is front end master site resources to learn the web dev or any suggested resources? Okay, Honey, I guess yes. Front end masters is one of the excellent resources as well. So this is really good. Better than what do you call this one? Better than shit, I just said something better than free code camp. Free code camp is completely free. In case if you are looking for something more, I guess I will talk about something in detail in soon after the TRION bootcamp is over, because I don't want that to get conflicted with what I'm going to say, because it's going to be really 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 interesting. And Jay will be supporting me on that. I'm gonna kidnap Jay
Done.
on my channel for some time as well. So that's gonna be really a interesting session for getting a lot of free swags as well. So that's one thing which is going to happen. The next thing is which one is good Vue or React as of your point of view. So I have looked into both Vue as well as React as well as Angular. Vue is having a lot of separation of concerns, like you have the data to be given in a separate way. The what do you call this? The Vue version, like the HTML is given in a separate way. I hate Vue. That's it, as simple as that. There are some websites which does like to do application using React, Vue, Angular, same application that they are doing it using, comparing by doing something a to do application. I'm just going to share this link. So if you have a quick look at that, you can see how difficult or how easy to do it, do the same application in three different ways. So have a look at that. I would suggest you to be the judge whether which one is better for you. See, you might like you might like chocolate ice cream, I might like vanilla ice cream, as simple as that. So go with that one. That's what I would say. Okay, so I guess it's the break time for you all. And Jay, please kick me out of the stream, or else I will keep on answering and I'll just screw up the whole break time for them. They need a rest as
No,
well.
sure, sure,
So
sure.
see you all.
Uh,
Don't forget two things. One, subscribe to my channel. Number two, connect with me on LinkedIn. We will meet soon. Okay. Bye. Jay, kick.
okay. So everyone, we are having some like exciting session after the break. Just relax yourself, just what do you say? Just get because a lot of things from Praveen. Okay. Now we'll be having another session in GitHub by Shivam. Okay. So the stream is active. It will not be ending. Okay. So after 20 minutes, Shivam will be talking about everything from GitHub 8 to Z and get. Plus, he'll be telling about everything from GitHub 8 to Z and get. Plus, he'll be having some exciting prizes from the foundation side, and there will be the last workshop of the day by him, Mohit Union from Coding Blocks. Okay, so stay tuned. This link is active, so the break time is only for 20 minutes. Okay, so updated things and updated link will be given on the mail as well and on the chat as well. If you have any questions or any queries, feel free to ask questions in the chat.
Hello, everyone. Join him and we'll start in a couple of minutes. I can see 7 people are there on the stream right now. We'll wait for a couple more minutes. You can call everyone who was there present before. Make sure that they call your friends. We have a very exciting session lined up for everyone. So make sure you get as many people as possible. It'll be worth the time and the effort. Alright, so let's start our second session for today. Today we have with us Mr. Shivam Goel. He's an incoming application engineer intern at Google. He's completed his education from Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology with a focus in information and cyber security. He has experience in software engineering, include Flutter, Android development, C++, software development, iOS development, data structures, and much more. So as you can see, another person who has a lot of experience and knowledge under his belt, and I'm sure a session will be extremely valuable to anyone who joins. So welcome, Mr. Shivam. We all look forward to an exciting session, hands-on session on GitHub. So over to you now.
Yeah, thanks, Raj. Thanks for inviting me over the workshop. Okay, so let's take on the screen. Uh, I guess the screen is visible to everyone, right? Yeah, pretty awesome. Yuvraj, can I, how do you wanna share the information with the students? Like, if you wanna share some link or something directly on the chat, maybe, right?
Uh, the screen is available. Yes, I can share information on the chat.
Oh,
You can
fine.
also post on the YouTube chat
Okay.
if you want to share any links.
Okay. That'd be awesome. Okay, so let's start with the workshop initially. Okay. So as you can see, it's a GitHub 101 show. We'll be talking about Git and GitHub along the workshop. It's a 1.5 hour workshop, which includes Q&A as well at times. So we'll be keeping all those things in mind. And something about me, as Yuvraj has already told about, I'm an incoming application engineer at Google. I'm campus expert at GitHub and also the student ambassador program for Microsoft and Postman at Thapar Institute. I've been working on Flutter for more than 2 years now and have multiple full-time experience as well as freelance experience in the field. You can find me online over my handle shown with 1899 over that. You can simply go at Google search for my name as well. You'll find me. You can find me over the website h7.com. If you know I'm more interested to talk about, then feel free to shoot me an email or ping me over LinkedIn. Okay, so let's jump right into the content and see what we have today for you guys. So today we will be talking about Git as well as GitHub. So there are two parts to it. First is Git. Let's talk about the definitions first, and then we will jump into more of the details. Right. So Git is an open source version control system. It's a distributed one. So we talk about every word of it. What is Git? What is open source? What is distributed? What is OPCS? In some time. Second counterpart that comes here is GitHub. GitHub is nothing but an online version of Git and has multiple things add on to it like uh, yeah, so we can collaborate with other people, so that's what makes it easier. So that's what GitHub is for. So let's talk about the agenda, what we're gonna see today in the entire workshop. So it starts with the question what's a version control system. Then we'll moving on to talking about what is the distributed version control system. What is the difference between normal version control system, what is just and a distributed one. Then we'll be talking about why we are gonna use Git over other version control systems. Then we're talking about some terminologies like repositories, branches, all those stuff. What is a commit? What is the staging area? All those stuff. Then we'll be jumping on to command line for seeing some basic Git commands, discussing all of the stuff about them. Then we'll be talking about how Git works and how it fits in into the developer lifecycle. Then we'll be talking about how the Git flow works, what are the 6 basic steps to Git flow. Then we'll be jumping over a full hands-on experience on the Git website as well as on the command line. For this workshop, there's a prerequisite that I guess you must have been told that we needed the Git command line to be installed and a GitHub account. Okay, so we'll be doing in the workshop as well. We're showing, we will be showing you how to install Git and how to create a GitHub account. That's just 2-minute thing. So that would be it. And so let's jump into what's the version control system. Right. Before we start, talking about what's the version control system, let's you know uh, try to interact somewhere on the chat. I guess we have the YouTube chat, right? So on the YouTube chat, how many of you guys have previously worked with Git or GitHub? Can you please, just go ahead, drop a thumbs up. Therein, you can say yes or no, maybe, right? So those guys who have previously used GitHub or Git, any kind of version control system, just go ahead and type in yes or something that so that I can see how many people are experienced over this. Okay. I guess we have a response from Honey. He has used previously Git. Yeah, that's great. It would be easier for guys who have previously used Git to uh, get on the enhanced features that we'll be talking about. So it would be easier, and they would get to know more terminology. Those guys who are new to Git, it won't be that hard for you. It's a very easy and intuitive way. We will be using charts, drawings to teach that as well. Okay, so let's initially we'll be talking about theory. So some of the initial points are theoretical points which is required to understood because without the basic understanding of what the topic is, what the actual thing is, it's sometimes hard to tap the direct coding part or jumping on the command line. So we'll be talking about, we'll be discussing what's a version control first. So a version control system or a VCS basically tracks the history of changes as people and teams collaborate on projects together. As the project evolves, teams can run, tasks, fix bugs, and contribute new code with the confidence that any version can be covered at a time. Developers can review project history to find out what changes were made, who made those changes, when were the changes made, and why were these changes needed. Right. So all of this things, all of these things can be tracked using a version control system. Now we saw a word that's distributed, right? In the initial slide, we saw that Git is a distributed version control system. That's what we call a DVCS, right? So it is generally used for open source and commercial software development as well. So what a DVCS does is it allows full access to every file, project, iteration of the project, and allows every user access to a full and self-contained history of all changes. Unlike once popular centers, which version control system, like if we talk about SVN or something, like they were centralized version control systems, they need a constant connection to the database to keep collaborating. But Git is not like that. Developers can work anywhere and collaborate asynchronously from any time zone, and that's just more easier, I would say. Without a version control, team members are generally subject to lengthy tasks and slower timelines. Multiple copies of single project, right? So uh, that's where a distributed version control system helps us. Now, if we talk about why do we want to use Git over any other version control ecosystem. So if we see, multiple surveys that have been happening in the industry, according to the just Stack Overflow developer survey, more than 70% of developers use Git in their daily development cycle. So it makes it the most used resource in the world. So Git is commonly used both for open source as well as commercial software development. As I said, it has significant benefits for individuals, teams, and businesses. So if we talk about three benefits that we see are most important when we are talking about Git. So Git lets developers see the entire timeline of their changes, decisions, and progressions on any project you want to face. So you need not to go to different places and see what's been happening, and you need to check every file what's been happening. Right? You get a graph-like structure where you can simply see that what's been happening on the entire project. Right? Developers work in every time zone. Now in these days we are seeing that people are generally working remotely for everything, right? In their jobs, the students are taking online classes, so there are different time zones as well. People are living in different countries, so it makes different time zones. With the DVCs, like collaboration can happen anytime with while maintaining source codes integrity, right? Using branch, developers can safely purpose changes to production code as well. Now, business third most important thing that comes up is businesses using Git can break down communication barriers between teams and keep them focused on doing their best work. That increases the productivity. Plus, Git makes it possible to align experts across business to collaborate on major projects and make it easier to develop better products. Right. So let's now jump over some terminology. What are repositories, what are branches, what is a commit, right? So a repository or a Git project basically encompasses the entire collection of files and folders associated with the project, along with each file's revision history. The file history appears as snapshots in time called commits. The commits exist as a linked list relationship and can be organized into multiple lines of development called branches. So here we talked about three or four things, that is a repository, a commit, and a branch, right? So a commit history is basically a linked list like structure, as I said. The linked list structure, those who are studying data structures must know that linked lists are basically blocks of data that are linked to each other via some memory hashes. So that's what basically commit is. So every commit has a parent commit and more commits can be attached to it. So leading to a list that is like a chain, right? So each chain is basically called a branch, and all the branches on the project is basically called a repository. So because Git is a decentralized version control system, repositories are self-contained units, and anyone who owns a copy of the repository can access the entire code base in their system. Using the command line or other ease of use interfaces, a Git repository also allows for interaction with the system, cloning, creating branches, committing, merging, comparing changes across versions of code. Right. So there are lots of terms that are happening right now, but with time we'll be learning that what every term means. Just try to grab as much as possible you can right now. Working in repositories also keeps development projects organized and productive. Developers are encouraged to fix bugs or create fresh features as well. Through platforms like GitHub, Git also provides more opportunities for project transparency and collaboration. Public repositories help team work together to build the best possible final product. That's more easier when you're working on a version control system. You need not to be connected to it. There's a cloud database that stores all of the stuff for you. That's what GitHub is, right? So now let's talk about some of the basic Git commands and let's see how they work on the terminal and how they can be used. We'll be seeing that as well. So we'll be talking about basic commands at first, and we'll be thinking about what their meaning is. So let me go ahead and share this screen for you guys. Okay. So, can someone on the team please pin my share window, or can give me controls to so that I can pin the window correctly? Why should we
Yeah. So Shivam, how's the session going on with the participants?
session is going on good. I just need rights to pin windows because at times I will be stopping share and then restarting the share.
No,
So is it
no issues,
possible
no
you can
issues.
give? Yeah,
You need the moderator access.
yeah, so that I can uh,
Wait for a moment.
pin
Let me
the
let
shared
me.
screen.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
sure, sure, sure. Let me see. Let me see. Till then, you can just go on with this session. I'm providing you the what to say
Mhm.
the moderator
Okay.
access.
Mhm. Okay, so talking about the basic Git commands that we're gonna use. So there, most of the guys who are familiar with Git must have seen commands like git init, git clone, git add, git commit, or something, right? So for using this command, we will be using requiring a Git package, right? So that will be required, right? So we need to download a Git package for the same. So we can go. Okay, we need to wait for the Yes.
Okay. So Shivam, I will be able to give you the access. Just do one thing. Just message something in the chat so that I am able to share the access. Like just if you're
Okay,
having a
on the
conversation with them, just write any message so that I can able to provide the access.
Okay, on this StreamYard chat or the YouTube chat?
From here itself, you can do. From the comments in the like in front of you, you can do, and I will give you the access. Then you can go ahead with the workshop.
Keep the screen visible, I guess. Okay, gotcha. Got the access. Okay, so I was showing these basic Git commands that are available. That you can use like git init command, git clone command, git add command, to do multiple stuff, right? So we'll be walking through those commands only right now. So for that, you'll be requiring to install git CLI on your desktops or whatever device you are on, right? If you're on a Mac, yeah, we'll be showing on that as well. Right, so let's go ahead and share my touch screen. Okay. Yuvraj, do you have the access to pin windows? I still don't see the option.
I don't think I have access. Let me try so.
I have the option to remove the screen once pinned, but I do not have the option to pin the
I
screen with the screen. it happens multiple times that you need to share different screens at times. That's
Okay, so Shivam, any issues are coming from, or should we, do you need any help?
no, really sorry. I didn't see that I was a bit okay. Sorry for that. Okay, so I've been mute all the time, right? So, okay, let's do it again. Right. Okay, so to download Git, you just need to go ahead and say, download Git, right? You will simply go, download Git and you can download from here. It will the latest version that's available for your PC, right? Download it 31 for Windows. You go and download it, install it, and it would start working fine for you. So whenever you open a terminal or whatever shell you have installed in PowerShell, Terminal, Z shell, any shell will work fine. If you have bash, that will work fine as well. You can simply go ahead and check Git to check if if Git is working perfectly. If not, you might be required to add Git to your mm, environment variables. You can do so by googling it as well. You will find that add Git to environment variables for different uh, you know either for Windows or Mac, whatever platform you are. You can add it to path. You will find the right hand side over there. You wanna do that. Right. So also when you install Git, you get a Git bash with you. That's a Git GUI as well as Git bash. So Git always works in this Git bash. If you click on it, you will be able to open a shell that looks like in your terminal, but is working on a native compiler and it's, natively supports Git and loads the Git profiles. So Git will shortly work here, right? So you can go ahead and create a folder wherever you feel it's good, right? So I created this folder. In this folder, you'll be explaining everything that we need to do. Okay, so if you haven't started Git for the first time, you will be required to configure the tooling and the login credentials and what's your name and what's your email address, so that whenever you make a cookie that is signed with those details. So you need to put in these commands: git config global username and the name here. In the brackets, you need to paste this with your name and git config global with the email address. I have already shared the link to the chat on the YouTube, right? Okay, so also this sets the email, this sets the name. If you want to change the color and all those stuff, that is available as well for the coding, right? So once you have done that, you are good to go and start creating repositories or other files, right? So we'll be jumping on this stuff here. More comprehensive, we'll be looking on the GitHub guide that I have shared over the, I guess over the chat, right? It's not there. Let's have it again. Right. So we're talking about init, clone, add, commit, status, branch, merge, for right. For all these commands, we'll be talking 8 to 10 commands. That would be git, then we'll jumping over GitHub, right? So initially, first command says git init, right? So to initialize a repository, to create a new repository, we need to do is put up the git init command. So what git init does is we do git init, it says initialize the empty git repository in app workshops and folder name and slash dot git. So what it did is if I want to see that what it did, so it did is it created a dot git folder in the in my directory. So .git folder is basically it stores all the files that are related to Git that are not, generally usable to you. If we go ahead and try to see, what is in .git folder, so we can go ahead and go to this folder. When you see that there is a head description, you won't be able to, think of these files directly. They are not based on binary data. So we don't care much about that, but all of the Git or the version control system is hindered from there. So currently, I'm on the main project here. So to check that what branch you are in or what's the current status, all of the stuff. So we can check using Git status on main branch, commit set, right? Let's talk about the second branch we have. Second command we have, that's the git clone command, right? And the git clone command, what it does, it creates a local copy of any repository that you have available on GitHub, right? So let's suppose I'm going to use some repository like this repository, right? So let's go ahead and type it, clone it. So what it does, it is currently on the cloud on the GitHub, right? You want it on your local, right? So what we will do is we will simply say git clone and the URL of the repository that we want to clone to, right? Our local environment, right? That's how we will cloning the repository. So doing that, let's see how it works. Git clone. When I do this, it simply says cloning into this and it, what it does is it reaches the remote repository. We ask that in this repository exists, counts all the objects and all the stuff and downloads them and unpacks them for your local repository. When you see that you have now a folder that's available, if you try to see contents of it, you will see that all the files. So let's clear that the same file that appears, right? So that's how it works. Let's get back to folder. Uh, so we're on this folder and we were talking about these commands. So not there are three most important commands that we use in day to day that are get add, get commit, and get push. So these are three commands that we use. So when we are talking local, we'll be only talking about clone and add because we are pushing it remote right now. So what is get add? Get add basically does is it stages your files that are available. Like so, let's suppose currently if I see I don't have any files available, the directory is empty, right? So what I would do is let's create a file, right? Right. Let's create a file called readme.empty. Some of the file get automatically takes into readme.empty and it shows you. So that's why we're creating this file. Let's say you know hello from readme. Right. If you save this file now, if you check the list in the directory we have the readme.empty file, you can go ahead and check it in the Explorer as well. In the file explorer, if you see that file get created. Now if we see get status, so what get status does is the get status command basically tells you what is the status of your repository right now, right? So if we see on this command, right, we have this get status command, it shows the status of changes that are untracked, modified, or are being status. It says that we have an untracked file called readme.md, right? And nothing I to commit, so you can go ahead and use git add. So git is basically very intuitive interface, tells you what to do and what's coming up next, right? So that's how it helps. So we can go ahead and say git add and the file of the and the name of the file, right? So if we say git add readme.md, what it does, it says right, we have added the file to the staging here. Now again, if we check the status, right? And then the status here, it says that changes to be committed are available, and there's a new file that is tracked now. It is in green, so whatever is tracked, it is modified on track. Whatever is in green, it is added to a stage area. All right. So these are the changes available to be that we can commit and add to our working directory. So when we're talking about that, the next command comes out is git commit, right? As it suggest you to use git commit. So what we need to do is use the command git commit. The git commit accepts a parameter that's a message. That's the commit message. We require a message to place in what's been happening and what this addition of files or these changes of files mean to us. So we need to add a hyphen m. That hyphen m denotes that this is the message that we need to set for this command. So in the method we say like create readme .md, right? You can give any message, any string that's possible here, right? If we say git commit hyphen md, it says that it has created a commit on the root, right? And there is this commit hash. Every commit in git is represented by alphanumeric hash. And this is the short hash. I will show you long hash as well. Right. So what's the message on this commit is into readme.empty. One file has changed, one is in insertion, that's the number of lines of insertion. So also the create mode was this. You must have, if you're a computer science student, you must have read about mode of files that are available. It defines what are the permissions available over the internet, over the public network, over the private network. Right? So that's what it is. So once we have all it with you, again if you check get status, you will see that on branch read, nothing commit is available. And that's the command now comes the get state that we have been using to check the status. Now that right. Again, the new things that comes up is currently you have been seeing again and again that we are using the word main, right? So what does main means here? Main is basically a branch, the default branch on any Git repository is main. Initially it's used to master, now it's main. You can rename it as well and create it, right? So what's you can also create that or you can create more branches as well. So if you simply say git branch, right? So when you say git branch, it says that what are the branches available, and you are currently on the main branch, right? So a branch that starts with start is the main branch, right? So if I want to create a new branch, maybe a feature branch, right? So I would need to say git checkout. That's a command, I guess, you have later on here, but okay, let's go ahead and use it here. Right, git checkout. We need to say hyphen p to switch that branch as well, as we do have that branch available with us right now. So it's a flag. So git checkout hyphen p feature. So what it does is it creates a new branch and switches to that. Right. What it is doing is switching to a new branch that's called feature. If I attain one git branch, right, it will say that I'm a feature branch and the other branch about that is main branch. Right. So that's how happening right now. As we're currently on the feature branch, you can see that what the files are. So we are seeing that there is a README file available. So what it just happened when we checked out the branch is that it checked out a branch from the main branch, right? So all the files and the changes that were on the main branch was brought up on the feature branch, and now both the branches looks the same. You see here, expand it a bit. Right. So we are currently on the feature branch. And on the feature branch, if we do something and can go ahead and merge those changes, move between branches changes, that's what happens in a merge. I will be going that deep right now. We'll be going that way if we have some time left with us. So let's move to pushing this branch or repository to the remote page. Right? I want to create a repository and push it to remote, right? So what just happened is that we created a repository. If we see there's an example that start any repository and publish it to GitHub. So how to do that? On the GitHub there are two ways to create a repository. Either you can create it from here and then push it, or you can create a repository from the interface. Once you have a GitHub account, you can go ahead and use it, right? If you don't have a GitHub account, you can go ahead and say github.com/, so go ahead and get it back down, /sign up or /join it. So when you say sign up, it takes you to another page that's okay, it takes you to a page that is github.com/join. You can choose the username, email address, password, and you can just go ahead and create an account, and that's done. You have GitHub account available, right? So it's that easy to create a repository. You can go ahead and go to the repository on your profile. You can go to repositories tab. On the repository tab, you just need to click on the new. Right, on the new, you need to give a repository name. Right, the repository name we are using here is this. Right, this is the repository we are using here, and you can put up a description if you want. You can make it public, private. We talk about that as well in a minute, right? So publishing a GitHub repository is that it's very easy. Initially, we have create a new repository on our local, right? We go to that but repository, create a file, add that file, create a commit. We have already done all of this stuff right now, right? And what we need to do is we need to now add the git remote as well as then push it to the upstream branch. So initially, what we do is we will create a repository, right? So we have to do what's up here. We're creating a public repository, create repository. Okay, so once we are done creating a repository, what happens is you need not to refer to some other guide. When we create an empty repository, the GitHub automatically shows you how to create a new repository on your local or how to push an existing repository to remote. So as we already have existing repository on command line that's here, we can simply use these lines to put that repository in the cloud, right? So we'll go ahead and press the copy button. Right, you can see right hand side, there's a copy button. We'll go ahead and simply paste all of these commands. As these all commands work, you will simply say that we have added the remote. We have switched the main branch to main, and we have pushed the origin. So what will happen right now is that it will ask you to log in with GitHub, right? So because you are not logged in with your account yet on the local system. So what we'll do is you need to either enter a personal access token, you can sign in with your browser. I will say that sign in with your browser, what it will do is it will launch an authorization application on the browser. You just need to do is authorize get credentials, enter your password, use to authorize it, and that will just work for you. Right, authentication succeeded. Right, and you see that authentication is successful, and on the demo you will be able to see that enumerating objects and all this stuff is happening. That it is pushing in the local main branch to the remote main branch. You can see branch main to set up to remote branch and main from origin. So as you can see now on this repository, if you refresh this page, you will see that all of the stuff that you created locally is now available remotely on this repository. Right? The hello from DP file is now available here on the and what is interesting to see here is that it says that it was created 7 minutes ago. Why is it saying that 7 minutes ago? Because the get history doesn't change over the remote or local, right? So as we were seeing here that we have a commit hash that's FC1 F86C. It's the same commit hash that's available here, right? FC, right? On the remote and on the local, both the commit hash are the same. So that's what makes get more interesting with the version control system. That makes it easier, keeping this thing consistent over time, right? So once we have the repository on remote, what we can do is we can add people to the repository whom we want to collaborate. Settings here. On the settings tab, we need to go to manage access. When we are on the manage access part, you can simply go ahead and click on invite a collaborator. Just put up the username of your friend's name, email, and it will start showing up directly here, right? If I want to put up anything that will find here, right? You want to find India over here, that would be easy as well. So you can simply click on add them as collaborator and that's good, right? If any one of you want to try out this functionality, please just drop in your username in the chat and I will add your repository and we can do some fun things there as well, right? So after this, that's when we have it on the remote, we can change all this stuff here as well. Currently, what we are seeing is that it only shows one branch. When you have to go back, it shows that we have one branch available with this that is made. We don't see, the branch that is the feature branch that we're going to do, right? So what we need to do is, as we saw that we added the origin here, the origin is added, the Git repository is correct, but we need to push the feature branch as well, right? So we need to push the feature branch as well. So to do that, we need to first check out the feature branch. So let's check out git check out feature. Okay, so you need to use hyphen B here, or you can use get switch as well. Switch to a new branch feature. Okay, so when we are on the branch, we are seeing that we have branch status feature, right? So to push it, we need to use this command text git push origin and branch name. When using git push hyphen origin feature, what it will do is it will create a new branch on the remote and push it to there, right? So what we are seeing right now is that there is one branch that is featured that has popped up right here on the remote, right? So it also says that we updated 11 minutes ago because how it works. Now, if we want to see that there are multiple branches, if you want to create a branch from that, you can go ahead and say the main and you can jump on feature branch as well. That's perfectly fine, right? So that's most of the things that you will be doing initially during collaborate code, whether you are working on hackathons or a college project, right? That's the most of stuff that we'll be using that you need to add files, you need to commit files and push to it, right? So the git push command you have used it right now, right? So with that, another command comes up that is git pull command. So suppose we have some changes available on the remote, right? And we need those changes that on our someone else need the changes on the maybe, right? So what I will do is on the main, I will edit this file with something else, right? So that's put some text here, edit one, slash Shiva, right? So let's say commit these changes. That's the same as just you have just now got uh, UI interface, right? So now we have an edit available, and then you see there are two commits available here, right? So first one was create.md, activity.md, right? So when we check, get status, it shows perfectly fine to us, I guess, right? Now we need to switch to different browser, well, we need to go back to me, get those details from the main. So now when we are on the main branch, right? So on the main branch, we need those changes to come from the uh, remote, right? So to do so, we need to do is git code. So with git code, what it does, it pulls all those changes that were on the remote your local. So what it did is it checked that whatever the objects were changed, so it said that there was a file in the repo.empty, there was changes, there were four additions, one file change, there are three insertions and one deletion. You can see that we have inserted two things, we have deleted one thing. That's the end space scripter. That's what's happened here. Yeah, we can see the changes, right? So one is the deletion, there's the deletion, yeah, change, and there is the addition that we did. There's the inline character, that's why you're seeing this as change as well. You can see these changes, the same things here as well, right? You're seeing that there's one, deletion, re-addition, all this stuff is available on the remote as well as so all this is constant and check file. We try to see what is the reading file. It says education. We edit one file as well, right? So that's how we know that the edit exists, right? Okay, so apart from that, if you want to see this commit history that we are seeing, right? There are two commits available. We should be able to see that locally as well. So for that command I use that is called get log. So when you do get log, it says that there are two commits that exist. First one is this, and second one is this. So if you match the commit hash, it acts with it starts with this, T64, which is the same here, and the second commit starts with FC1, that's the same here, right? So both of these hashes matches. Initially, the first commit is update to MD, second commit is to So that's all the same. It is saying that where is the head pointing to? Head is basically the pointer designating pointing to a current state of the repository that you have in the loop. So that's what head is. On the Explorer as well, you must have seen there is a file that exists called head, right? If we try to open this file, right, you will see that there's a reference that exists to main, right? So the reference is currently to main and not to the feature branch. That's how it suggests that the reference is currently to main, right? So that's how it stores all the data. Now, the thing that comes up is that we are talking about is the GitHub flow, right? The flow that we use for GitHub. So whenever we are working on any project with a specific team, what we usually do is we first create a branch. We cut a branch from the main or develop branch, right? So create a new branch that we will be working on, so that there are no conflicts that arise when we are developing it for a main or maybe, right? So we create a branch from a canonical. That's the main branch. Suppose you have a branch main, and you create a branch from that. That's we cut a feature branch with the user our username, right? So that can keep focused, right? Not much mess. After that, we add commits, whatever changes we are required to do. We can do all those changes. After that, we open a pull request. We'll show you how to open a pull request. And then we discuss and review the code with our team members. So in general software development cycles, what happens is that you are required to review others' code before merging into the mainstream. So what happens is that suppose I did some code changes, so the other person would be required to maybe two persons, maybe a senior engineer from mine or someone else would be required to review the code that it is correct and it is at par with the standards. So after that discussion, some changes are arrived, and after all those changes are incorporated, what we do is we merge that pull request and then deploy it to the production or maybe the deployment branch, whatever it is. Like if you're using multiple stages, maybe some of these manifested like develop, developing, or staging, all those stuff. So that happens as well. So let's see how to pull request and review code. Initially, let's go ahead and right. So suppose there is some changes right on the are two commits on me right now, and when we see the feature branch, so, right, okay, so when we are on the feature branch, we see there is only one commit, right? The number of commits differs. So what happens if I create a new file here and commit it? There will be a there will be different files that both of the repositories, but both of the branches will have, right? So let's suppose I wanna okay, okay, so let's add a file on the add file with the add file menu. You can simply say create new file. And when you create new file, you update it with let's say uh, create empty, right? It is being created in feature branch, and when we say we say hello file, right? So let's suppose and commit these changes, right? So there's a default commit message continue there that description here we want, right? So by adding the commit as the commit is ended, it shows that there are two commits that you have to committer, and it automatically pops up with a message that says this branch is one commit ahead and one commit behind me, right? So there are differences between both of the branches, and it prompts you to create a pull request. You can either create a pull request from here directly, or you can go ahead and do pull request. It shows you everywhere that feature has a recent version. You want to create a pull request. So if that's not showing, you can also go to new pull request and click here. You can see that from which branch do you want to create uh, pull request. So we want to create a pull request to main. That's correct. And we want to create it from feature and not main. Okay, so we have to select button, select feature. So I want to create a pull request from feature to main. Right. So it shows you the merge. It says it is able to merge and it will automatically merge. There won't be any conflicts. It says that there's a one file change that is user to the entities change that is not confirmed. So what we can do, go ahead and do is create pull request. Right. After we have created the pull request, when we have clicked on the create pull request, it says that you can edit the title, you can add multiple details here, show the preview, maybe suppose I put up something uh, edits done, right? So it will show all these things here, and you can do this. Create pull request either you can do different as well. If you want to save the pull request for later, you can do that as well. So now you will be able to see that there's an option to work in multiple requests. There are different options to squash as well, radius as well. We won't be going into that detail right now because we have a hard stop at 3:30, I guess. Right. So for that, here you can see there are different things available as well on the right pane. That is the reviewer section. You can enter if you had different collaborators on the project. You can go ahead and type in their name. There will be a list that will be showing. You can type in their username, whatever it is, and type them as a review. That's you are requesting a review from them. Right? You can add an assign. You might want to add assignee as yourself because you have created this one because you have made the changes. You can add the labels, whatever labels. If it is bug fix, you can bug fix. Right? It's a good first issue. Right? You can add those labels. You can add it to a project if there is a long project available. If I have some project available, I can add to that as well. If I am adding it to a milestone, that's possible. Link issues, with, most of the time it happens that you have some open issues and you're working on that to fix it. Okay, so you can simply link that issue here and other options as well, logging and all this stuff. So What happens is now I'm gonna go ahead and see how the merge works. So I would say merge this pull request. So when I say merge, it's automatically adds title and some details. I will simply go ahead and say create merge. Right. So it will check the merge key and merge it. Right. So that's what's happening right now. Let's hang in there from it. It will do it automatically. Right. So I guess this, yeah. So it is merged. The status changed from the open to merged, and you can safely delete the branch as well. Right. I guess we have a question in the chat, and he says, "I can compare replace with pull, uh, replace with pull for obtaining the change. Okay, change code. Which one is better?" Okay, so rebase, there are two things, that is rebase and merge, right? So with rebase, what happens is that you simply replay all the commands that are happening, right? So with a merge, what you do is you take on the current changes and create a merge command. So what is more beneficial if you're working on a project that is working on a lone project, that is like it's not a big team. Like if you are only two people, that's okay to use maybe uh, what we say rebase. But what rebase does is it creates the commits again. So it replays all the changes and all the commits are rewritten. So in the cycle when we are rewriting all those commits, what happens is that all the hashes of those commits have happening changes. And if like two people are working on the same branch, if someone else pulls up, they won't be able to find those commits on the remote, right? And their project won't work anymore, right? So it would create a very complex situation. We won't want that. We don't want that to happen. That anyone else's code is not working today. That's a very bad situation to be happening. If you are working on a single project, you can go ahead and use rebase in situations where you require it. You don't want to create extra merges. You want your timeline to be looking uh, better than. So what merge does is it merge basically allows you to distribute on your timeline and it looks beautiful as compared to merge. If you look at merge, it will show you a lot of things happening. It would feel like a net is on going here and there. So uh, rebase is only helpful when you are working alone in the project. If you're working on a team, don't use rebase. I would recommend that. Right. So that's my 2 cents on that. If anyone else has any question on that, please ping in the comments so that I can answer that along the way, right? As we have seen that we have already, merged the changes, all the changes that were happening, right? So there's an we can deploy as well. On the deployment side, we can use GitHub Pages for deployment or any other hosting services. When you are on the options section, you will see an option to host the website on GitHub Pages. Pages settings now. Okay. Okay, so when you go to pages, there is an option here. On the pages, you can choose a source, which branch you want to publish. Like suppose I want to publish me from which folder and publish it from the root and save it. It will say me that your site is ready to publish on this URL. I can simply go ahead and go to this URL maybe to see what's happening there. Like currently we don't have an index file, so it's not showing here currently. But if I wanna see the file that is hosted there, I can simply enter this URL. You can go ahead and share this URL with your friends. You will be able to see what's being happening and what's being hosted. So you can create a simple website and post and get a pages. That's completely free for everyone. So that's a plus one here. You can use different themes as well, right? So if I want to go ahead and choose theme here, right? Suppose I select this theme, right? And I go ahead and deploy this theme here, right? To, after I've done this, if I go to this, okay, so it's now the theme has changed basically to new theme that it shows and shows that there's a repository, there's a readme file that exists here, right? So we can change theme as per convenience, right? Currently, this is the theme we're following here. Right. Okay. So uh, apart from that, there's okay, so if anyone has any questions regarding Git and GitHub right now, you can go ahead and ask, and we have buffer time as well. I guess 10 minutes of time of the session to talk about those as well. Right. Before that, I would like to talk about GitHub student developer pack. So what it is that go ahead and search for GitHub student developer pack on Google. You will lead to the site at education.github.com/pack. What GitHub Developers Pack offers is that a lot of resources for all of you guys who are students. So what the students can do is simply click on after signing in and click on get your pack, and you will be able to redeem all those things available for you guys. That's lots of resources, around 50 plus resources that GitHub provides for students. What you are required to have is just your college ID, and that's work perfectly for you. What's included? Let's talk about some of the stuff that's included, right? So we have a lot of websites hosting available. So you can get a free .me domain from me. Maybe you can get $100 credits in Microsoft Azure. You can get all the software from JetBrains for free. Also, for that purpose, if you have seen, you have noticed on my GitHub profile, I have a badge that says that. Okay, so I have a badge that says I'm a pro subscriber, right? So what GitHub Pro is, GitHub Pro unlocks more benefits, but it allows you to use get private repositories, use GitHub pages on that, have better support available for pro members, right? So until you are a student, you get GitHub Pro for free, right? It's $5 month, I guess, for individuals. But first, once it is provided completely free as a part of the GitHub pack, you can use maybe designing if you want to create websites that you can go ahead and create using bootstraps too. So over all this stuff, let me go ahead and share with you the URL that gives you priority access to you know using the package. Okay. Uh, okay, so the link I've shared in chat, what it does, it allows you to, redeem the GitHub Student Developer Pack at, high page request. So it generally takes 3 to 4 days to get the request approved. If you go through that link, it will take 10 to 15 minutes to get the application approved. That's a priority access to that, right? You can go ahead and use it. Also, we have multiple things available. You can explore it yourself. You can go ahead and explore all the things on GitHub, education.github.com/pack. You're also working on bringing more things here. Apart from that, GitHub also provides desktop interface. If you're not using terminal all the time, you can go ahead and download it. GitHub desktop as well. You just need to search for GitHub desktop in Google and find website desktop at GitHub.com. You can download whatever the version that fits you. Right. So GitHub desktop is basically a UI interface that allows you to use data from a website like interface from your desktop machine. You need not to type in all those commands again and again. So this is how data desktop looks like. So data desktop basically lists all that history that you were doing, right? What is happening, you're collaborating on the project, lists all the branches that exist, right? All the projects that you have available, and all those changes you can open in Visual Studio. All those, so it makes it easier for you to collaborate with people without typing on those commands again and again. Right. So that's one point where GitHub Desktop helps. There are multiple providers available as well that like GitHub. So GitHub Desktop is indeed a free software available, but if you are more into softwares that are more technical and involves more data usage, or you want something like cross-platform, right? So GitKraken is will suit you more. You can use GitKraken. GitKraken Pro is basically free for all the students under the patch, so you can redeem that as well. Apart from that, we have a GitHub Campus Experts program. So you can go ahead and apply for GitHub Campus Experts program. So what it is we maintain people. So basically, we allow students to be leaders on their particular campuses on your institutes to lead their programs there, right? So be our representative at GitHub. So I myself is a GitHub campus expert. We recently had new recruitments, and there are lots of perks available for GitHub student experts as well. What you can do is, simply search for GitHub campus experts. You will lead education.github.com/expert, become an expert. After that, simply click on become an expert. It will lead you to a website as githubcampus.expert/training. Right, so you can go ahead and click on apply. That's it. Right, you can fill in the application. We will be having, I guess, a new cohort in August, right? So I would love to see some of you guys on there. That would be awesome. Right, so I guess we are pretty much done with it. I guess we have reached hard stop as well. So if you guys have any questions or you want to talk about something, feel free to come in chat or anything you want to ask. Please feel free. Okay, so I guess we have a question in the chat. And he's asking, how can one become a campus expert and what are the advantages? And what is my success to will beneficial. So a GitHub Campus Expert program is for all those students who want to lead communities, who are going to helping people, right? So that way it will be beneficial to everyone. Like you get events, workshop, allowing funding for those events as well. Right, so to become Twitter campus, as I showed you, you can simply go ahead and education.com/experts, apply from there. So the procedure is basically simple. You just first submit some answers to questions, and then you go ahead and after that we review your application, and around in the 15 days we reply back to ask you for a video resume. We talk back for a minute about who you are and how to do all this stuff. So after that, it takes another 15 days and we announce the results. So it's a month-long process that just happened in February and March. Now we will be taking applications from August, I guess. So when the advantages include that you will be the face of GitHub on the campus, you will be the point of contact. Also, you get to interact with a lot of people. You get to interact with the people inside GitHub, the GitHub staff, and also, we host different yearly summits as well, different events. We host weekly streams on Twitch as well. You are going to that as well, so you can tune in to get a education on Twitch. So That's where we talk about a lot on campus team. So the campus express program, that will be beneficial. Right, if you are in sixth semester, it's up to you, right? So we allow applications until you are in last semester. So until you end up in your by the end of your seventh semester, you can apply. So we would be happy to have you. Also from Yash, actually, GitHub releases forms. Uh, okay, so he answers the questions for that. Right, so the forms will be coming in August, I guess. Right, so you're just summed up the process for this cohort. Right. If you anyone has questions, please feel free to ask. Also, to add on to it, if you want to connect me over in platforms, I will just drop my LinkedIn. I'll just drop my LinkedIn in the chat and let's drop my GitHub URL. All the groups that the in activation will make my name. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's pretty much it.
Okay, so Shivam, how was this session over here?
I guess the session went good from my side. There was
Okay,
less people
so
than I was expecting, I guess, but yeah, it was fun session.
yeah, yeah, like from the morning, there were a lot of participants.
Mhm.
It's going down way. Okay,
Mhm.
so I want to ask from the participants now, how did you feel? Just provide me a feedback so that accordingly I will be like we'll be working accordingly for you. Like what other sessions you need, what are the things or you want us to like improve, something like this, just tell us. The feedback will help us to grow and to work for yours. Okay? So that it will be easier for you to learn something new. Okay? So, okay, so someone is asking what's lined up next. Okay, so lined up next is like one of the quizzes that will be happening. So, as Shivam, okay, once again, okay, so Shivam has done his session on GitHub. So now we have our last session that will be on 4 p.m. by Mohit Union from Coding Blocks. Okay, so there's one thing in the schedule that is the giveaway thing. So there are two giveaway things that we have thought. One is a Kahoot challenge, and second is like just share a best moment you have experienced or learned from this bootcamp. Okay, we want to see like how you have like what you have learned, like so that we can also work hard to help you all to learn more. Okay, so first is Kahoot one that will be done after the Mohit Unil's session, and another is that you want to tweet some experiences, your thoughts, or anything regarding the bootcamp. Okay, so the best winners will be getting the prizes from Mohit Unil. Okay, so the Okay, okay, tweet and no issues here. Tweet is just an example. Okay. Um, just share your experience so that we are able to understand. Okay, I'm not audible. Okay, sorry for that. Hold on 1 second. Let me check it out. Okay, now it's clear. Just asking everyone. Now I'm clear to everyone. Just say yes or no. Okay, and okay, perfect. Okay, so the first like the giveaways challenge that we have seen, like what, just share some thoughts regarding the bootcamp, like what you have learned and what things we can add in the bootcamp in the upcoming editions, because this was the virtual. So this was little bit ups and downs. So we will be trying, once the code is finished, we'll be trying to have again an offline event at a very huge scale. And we'll be having a last session on 4 p.m. Till then, just take a short break, come back, and get into an exciting session by coding blocks. Okay, so the link will not be getting be ended, it's the same. Okay, broadcast, you can just rejoin the link. Okay, and if you have any questions, any suggestions, anything you want to discuss, you can just type in the chat anytime. Thank you.
Hello, a very good evening to everyone. Welcome back to TRION Bootcamp 2.0. I hope you all have had a nice and refreshing break, and I hope the Get and Get Up session was extremely informative and nice. I was following the session, and I have to tell you, this was top-notch stuff, and I got to learn a lot, and I hope you all had the same experience as well. So having that out of the way, first I want to mention about the Kahoot quiz. We apologize for the fact that we didn't have a quiz today, but tomorrow we have a mega quiz lined up for you on Kahoot. So do watch out for that. It'll be a very exciting quiz, and we'll have definitely have prizes and freebies available, as Jay mentioned during the beginning of the day in his keynote session. So with that out of the way, let's start our session with Mr. Mohit Unyal. He will be giving us an introduction on Hello World. Mr. Mohit is an instructor and product engineer at Coding Blocks. I'm sure it's a very elusive organization. All of us will want to learn from him. His experience includes machine learning intern at Node Geek Lab and mentor at TensorFlow. He completed his education from Delhi University. Uh, he completed his Bachelor of Computer Science (BSc) from 2016 to 2019. I'm sure the session will be amazing, very informative, extremely fun and engaging. It's a 2 hour long workshop, so it's not the types that you enter and learn nothing much and leave. It's a very informative session coming from a very experienced and energized and motivated person. So do tune in, ask your friends to join. It'll be something worth your time. So let's get it underway. Let's invite Mr. Mohit Niyal. Hello, sir. You're on mute, sir.
Okay. Hello everyone. I hope I'm audible. Right. Oh, okay. So thank you, Yuvraj. I hope I'm audible. So I just wanted to know, like, how many of you are there right now, in the present in the session? Just let me know. Like, you're in which year? Maybe just you can write first year, second year, like maybe like this the session is not a very technical session. You already had a lot of technical sessions, so maybe it's kind of a more of coding orientation where we'll be talking about how to get start with coding, right? So or maybe like we will tackle some question and answer like that you might face when you getting started with coding, right? Or maybe what is the correct path or the roadmap for if you are actually starting with the coding or programming, right? What should be the roadmap for the entire 4 years? So if you're in BTech or something like that, right? So we'll be talking about that. So kind of let's make it more interactive. So maybe instead of just giving a very general session or a generic session, if I know about you, like you're from which year or what you already know, maybe we can specifically deliver the session about you only, right? So what the demand that you have. Cool. So, okay. So maybe we can then start. I'll just share my screen. Let me just share. Okay. So I hope the screen is visible now. So as I've already told you, that session is about the coding orientation, right? And not a technical session. So we'll be discussing some few. These are basic stuff, right? About coding. And so basically hello world. So hello world is like the first step of coding, right? Everyone know about that. Cool. So let's get started. The agenda is why we exactly need to learn coding or the programming part. What is programming, right? And how to learn it in a best way, or what are some resources that you can use. So this will be the agenda. So and obviously we will have some question and answer session at the end. So if you have any questions, you can put in the chat and like in the comments. I'm also looking at the comments. So if you have any questions, I'll be taking that as well in between the sessions only, right? So if you have any question, don't wait till the end of the session, right? So you can ask in between as well. That's fine. Okay. So why exactly we need to learn code, right? So why is it important? Obviously there are different reasons. If you ask maybe if you ask different persons, they will have different opinions why they are learning coding or why they want to learn code, right? So obviously someone can have the personal reason. Someone might want to get a job, someone might to maybe upskill, or maybe like they improve their skills, and so other stuff, right? A lot of different reasons. So we have like already we have asked a lot of students why they exactly wanted to learn code, right? So why coding is important for them, or why how they got interest in coding. So these are the few reasons that we like we found in common among the people or students. So, and one of the most important one is it's a key to dream job. The second one, it's a key to dream job, and I hope everyone will accept the fact that the companies, like if you have heard about companies like fan companies, Facebook, Amazon, like big companies, big giants like Google, Microsoft, Uber, Coordination, right? So these companies actually hire people or software engineers based on their coding skills. Obviously there are some other skills as well, but mostly on the coding skills, how you actually code, how you program, how you solve a program, right, or solve a question, something like that. So everyone know that IT industry is actually really growing from the last 2 to 3 decades, right? So last 20, 30 years, IT industry is really growing, right? So earlier we used to have these companies like TCS, Infosys at the top. Now we have companies Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft, right? These are the product-based companies that we have, right? So key to dream job is one important reason, because if you have a good job, obviously everyone want a good job, right? So to have basically to have a good or high paying job, something like that. So this is basically the implicit reason why everyone actually start coding, but there are other reasons, right? So another one is it's a brain exercise. Something like you do the physical exercise, you go to gym, you also have to do the brain exercises. So obviously the coding part is not only one brain exercise, there are also other brain exercises. Something like if you know about Rubik cubes, right? So Rubik cube is also one type of brain exercise. If you solve Sudoku, right? Sudoku is a puzzle, that is also a brain exercise. Similarly, coding and the programming, when you do programming, right, that's the like one of the most efficient brain exercises. We'll understand why it's brain exercises, right? Why we call it brain exercise, and how to solve some programs, how to improve this brain exercise ability, like problem solving abilities. We'll talk about it. And obviously, like when you create some products, when you create some application, when you create websites, you show to your maybe family, friends, among your community, it's fun, right? You're creating something, you're making some impact on society, right? So it's fun, right? Using coding, using programming, you can create something that is like wonderful. So that obviously that gives happiness. And the coding is easy to start. I'm not saying easy to master, but easy to start. Maybe like you can start with coding in 1 month or 2 months, and then you can start building something. So that's why people also start coding. And like though it's not, coding is not only for those who are in the CS or IT department. Like if you are doing BTech, if you are doing whatever course, it's not that only CS and IT folks will go into coding or learn programming, right? I've seen like a lot of people, those who are not even from the BTech, like most probably you would be from BTech in maybe EC branch or mechanical branch, biotech, civil, whatever, triple E, right? Whatever branch you have, coding is for like I think everyone, right? We should start coding as soon as possible. So and also like a lot of people, those who are not from the computer science, those who are not from the engineering or the science background, like those who are from the maybe business folks like marketing, they are also learning programming, right? They also need to learn SQL is like database language, right? Hope you are aware about that. A little bit of SQL, right? So that is also there, right? So not only CS or IT folks, but also the people from person from like different domains are also learning programming. So and also like if you're coming from school, directly from the school, we used to have the competitions like NSO, National Science Olympiad, and then Maths Olympiad, Cyber Olympiads. So we used to have the competition in schools. Similarly, we also have the competitions in colleges, right, regarding the tech events, regarding the competitive programming, regarding the web development events like hackathons, right, mobile app development, right, regarding the machine learning hackathons. So we also have the competition. So you can participate in competitions, you can win prizes, you can get like a lot of tons of swags, you can win cash incentives, right? You can get in internships as well, right? So a lot of things are there that you can do with coding. So the domain is like very huge, very vast. So these are the few reasons that's why like people actually start with coding. Obviously you can have your personal reasons. So I would say that if you want to stick to the IT or this computer science domain for a long term, like 30 to 40 years, you should find why you exactly want to code, right? What is your motivation behind coding? Why you want to learn coding, right? Because if you have the correct purpose, if you have the right motivation, then you will be able to continue it for a long time. So yeah, these are the few reasons why people actually learn coding. Moving forward, let's understand the programming basic, right? What is programming? Let's understand the thing. So by the way, there's two terms, like one is coding, one is programming. So don't get confused between programming and coding, what these actually terms means. They are moreover same thing, like they are referring to same thing. But coding is little informal term. We say coding is little informal term. We say that we are coders. The more formal term is called programming, right? So that's why we say that programming or the coder is like between friends, so that we say that we are coding, we are coders, something like that, right? So programming is more formal terms. We understand what is programming. So if you look at this word called programming, it's the root word is the program, right? The root word is program. Now we'll understand what is program. So and program as in, like, we are talking about the computer program, not any function, not any the cultural event, right? Or cultural program. We are talking about the computer program. So the art or the process of creating computer programs is actually known as programming, right? So when you write some instruction, by the way, what is computer program? So computer program can be as simple as one computer program can be how you add two numbers in C language or in C++. That is also a valid computer program, right? How would you write a computer program, write a C++ program to add two numbers? So what does this computer program mean? So program is set of instructions that you give to computer. Obviously computer cannot do anything on its own, right? You have to give instructions to computer. You have to give instruction. You have to tell that do this, do this, do this, like step by step. You have to give the instruction. So that giving of instruction to computer is actually known as creating programs. And when you create program, when you're doing these programming, right? When you do create programs in computer, that is known as programming. Like, so that is like not that is one definition. What is programming? Let's also learn understand another definition. So what exactly programming is? Why do we do programming, right? So programming is solving a real life problem. The definition says it is solving a real life problem by writing the efficient code, right? So there are the two key points. One is programming is solving real life problem, right? And the second one is by writing the efficient code. So let's understand what is the point, right? Or what do we understand by these 2 points, that real life problem and by writing the efficient code? Let's understand about them. So if we talk about the first point, real life problem. What is real life problem? The real life problem can be any problem that you face in your day-to-day life, right? For example, I can give you one. Let's take an example. Let's suppose right now we are in Delhi and we want to go to Chandigarh, right? Now we want to drive to Chandigarh. So what we can do, earlier people used to remember the whole route, right? From where you need to take left turn, right turn, how much you need to go straight, and the whole route from Delhi to Chandigarh. And that's how they can go from Delhi to Chandigarh. But these days we don't have to remember the path or remember the routes. Why? Because we have an application known as, I hope everyone use this application called Google Maps, right? So Google is a company that has created an application or web application also known as Google Maps, right? So the problem was people used to remember, right? They used to manually remember the whole routes. Even in Delhi is like somewhere around like 80 kilometers in area. So if you have to go from one place to another place, it might take time to understand the routes, right? It might take you a lot of time. You need to move to that path to understand the actual route. But these days we don't remember the routes. Why? Because we have the Google Maps. So the manual effort has been reduced because of this application. And this application is created only by programming, right? Without programming, how do you create an application? So see, this was one real life problem. People used to remember this, right? So we are actually reducing the manual effort, right? So manual effort we are trying to reduce by creating some programs or doing the programming. Cool. So there can be, like, let's take one more example. I hope like you must have seen that big manual alarm clock we used to keep in rooms for basically if you want to get up at 5 a.m. 6 a.m. we used to keep this manual, like maybe if you look at a decade or 2 decades ago, right? So like 10 or 20 years back, if you look at we don't have that time we don't have the smartphones, right? But now we don't have to keep these manual big alarm clocks. Why? Because we have an application called alarm clock in a mobile phone, and you can simply put the alarm on your mobile phone, right? So the programming or that application is also saving your time or saving your cost, right? So in this, it is saving the manual human effort, and now it is saving the cost. So sometimes, like, you see a lot of applications are there for the programming, right? Why do we use programming, or what are the applications that we use in our general life or daily life? So this is the real life problem. So the goal of programming is not only to get 9 CGPA in your first semester, second semester, or the subjects that you have in your college. The goal of programming is not to get 50 lakh per annum type of job, or like high paying job in Google, Microsoft. The goal of programming, the ultimate goal of programming, is to solve a real life problem, right? So if you really want to create some impact on the human society, like in the positive impact, obviously, right? So that is the goal of programming, right? Or that is the goal of whole technology. Why we had technology? Because we wanted to improve the human life by saving cost, by saving time, by saving manual effort, right? So that was that the ultimate goal of programming. I hope you understand that if you are learning programming, so you must be learning something like write a program, write a C++ program to find a prime number and not prime number, or odd number, not even not odd number, odd or even number, like something like that. Or maybe how to find a factorial of a number, or Fibonacci number, something like that, right? Or maybe print this pattern, like the triangle pattern or the diamond pattern. And you would be thinking that I'm not solving any real life problem. What's the use of writing these type of programs, correct? You would be solving some programs like find the second largest element in BST, or reverse a linked list, or invert a binary tree. What is the purpose of these programs? Because the goal of programming is to solve the real life problem, right? But if you are in college and you're not solving real life problems, so you would be thinking, am I doing the right thing or not? So let's start why we actually do all these things in our in basically first year, second years, third year, right? So and before that, like the second point is, by writing the efficient code, it's also there in the definition. It says that by writing the efficient code, why they actually want us to write efficient code. Efficient code, I hope everyone understands, efficient code is something that actually take less time and then less space. If you know about time complexity, space complexity, if you do not know about it, let's take a very layman term. Let's take a very basic example, normal example with a real life. For example, you must have visited this website called Amazon. Everyone is visited Amazon, right? So in Amazon, there's a search bar at the top. There's a search bar. Let's say you search for a product called iPhone 12 or iPhone 11, right? Now when you write iPhone 11, you get all the products that are related, somewhere related with the iPhone 11, right? Maybe iPhone 11 Pro, iPhone 11 basic, iPhone 11 256 GB, 512 GB, all the variants of iPhone 11. Now how this thing is happening, what they are doing, what the software engineer at Amazon they are doing. So I think Amazon has more than 4 million products on their website or on their database. It has more than 4 million products like mobile phone can be one product, iPhone, OnePlus, mic, laptop, tablet, desktop, lights, clothing. There are a lot of products. So more than 4 million products are there in Amazon. Now if you want to search for iPhone 11, right? iPhone 11. So what these engineers at Amazon, they have written an algorithm, they have written a computer program, they have already done programming that can find the iPhone 11 from this 4 million product. Obviously you need to find, for example, if there is a library, you need to find one book. So you go search around the library and you find that book, right? Similarly, you need to find the engineers at Amazon, they need to find this iPhone 11, whatever the query you give, whatever the product you give, they need to find from 4 billion products. Now let's suppose if the time it takes to find this product is somewhere around like 10 seconds. It's somewhere around, let's suppose, roughly around 10 seconds. Will you ever come back to Amazon, and can Amazon say that hold on for 10 seconds, I'll go and come back with the results, give me 10 seconds? Like, no one will visit Amazon. Rather they will go to other websites like eBay, Snapdeal, or Flipkart, other websites, right? Because we humans are so impatient, we cannot wait even 1 second. Even if this search actually taking 1 second or 2 seconds, we'll think that my internet is slow, or there's some wrong with the website. And if you figure out that there's something wrong with the website, you will never come back to this website, right? So because user experience will not be very good. So we humans are very impatient. We want results in less than 1 second, and sometime in milliseconds, right? Sometime in milliseconds. So the engineers, right? The engineers at Amazon, they need to write the efficient code. They need to write efficient code to basically give the fast result. Similarly, let's suppose you want to go from Delhi to Chandigarh, and there's one path that directly take you to Delhi to Chandigarh in 6 hours. There's another path that takes you first to Madhya Pradesh, then to maybe Maharashtra, and then to Gujarat, Rajasthan. Then it takes to Chandigarh. Which path will you follow? The second path is taking like 72 hours. The first one is taking 6 hours. Obviously the first one. Why? Because it is shorter. It is taking less time. Because we humans are very impatient about time, right? We cannot lose time, or we cannot afford a lot of time, right, on just basic stuff. So this is one aspect of actually writing the efficient code, which is the time complexity. So the algorithm should take less time. This is the goal, right? This is how you should write the algorithms or write the program. So if you're writing a program, if you're solving any question on C++, Java, Python, right, you need to write the efficient program also, right? That is again one idea. Okay, so if you look at some topics in basically, if you look at some topics that are there in the computer science, these are like recursion, backtracking, divide and conquer, greedy, number theory, dynamic programming, right? So all these are there, like data structures and algorithms, if you have heard about them. So these are like these are compulsory topics that you need to learn, right? You will obviously, you cannot learn it in just 1 month or 2 months. It takes time, maybe like 1 year or 1.5 years, something like that, right? So it takes time to understand all these topics. And then these are some advanced topics that are related with the competitive programming. But these are the few topics that everyone needs to understand as a computer scientist, right? Or maybe like at an IT engineer. So if you want to be like, if you really want to go into IT, then obviously, right, you need to learn these topics. Maybe like in 1 year, 2 years, whatever time you suits. Okay, so these are the few topics. Obviously, you will be learning about these topics in your first year, second year, third year, something like that, right? Or maybe in your college. Otherwise, you can also learn it not in college. Self-learning is also the key, right? You can also learn it on your own. That's perfectly fine, right? Because like all the engineers or those who are in the BTech, they actually engineers. They focus. They do not rely on colleges, right? Or what professors are actually teaching. They do the self-learning, right? Okay, so let's see some real life applications. One application we have already talked about, the Google Maps, that you understand, right? Snapchat is there, self-driven car, right? Self-driving car. That the Uber, Tesla, Google, they have these self-driven car in their campuses, right? So by the way, this is an application of machine learning, deep learning, and AI, right? Artificial intelligence, right? So again, that is also done using programming, right? If you understand the basic programming, you can move forward with this domain. So Google search, Amazon recommendations, all these are the applications, how engineers, IT engineers have created these applications using the programming, right? So obviously language is not a barrier. If you are learning C++, maybe in future you can shift to Python or JavaScript or any other language. That will not be issue, right? So if I talk about basic programming languages, right? So let's talk about those who are in the first year, right? You would be in your second semester, most probably second semester, and by this time you know any one programming language at least. If you are following the course curriculum at your college, you know C language, because generally in first semester we study the C language, right? Otherwise, if you're learning on your own, then C++, Python, JavaScript, you can learn any language. That's up to you, right? So let's suppose if you are in the first year and you want to learn a programming language, I always say that start with either C++ or Java, right? If you're learning C language because of the college curriculum, you can ignore that for now, and not ignoring, but you can jump to C++ now. Why C is not recommended these days is because C language actually lack a lot of important concepts, something like OOPS, object-oriented programming systems. Object-oriented programming, right? So it lacks this important concept, and OOPS is very important. So if you go to some interviews, right, coding interviews or the technical interviews, people do ask questions on OOPS. Now, if you're learning C language, you will never learn OOPS. Why? Because C does not support OOPS. C language does not support OOPS, so you cannot do, right? So I would say rather than learning, if you're learning C, that's fine, but you can jump or you can switch to C++. It is easy. switching from C to C++ is easy. Like there's slightly the syntax change, and there are like few other changes in C++ because C++ is like the bigger version or the better version of C. We can say something like that, right? So it will not take a lot of time. You can switch easily from C language to C++, right? Or otherwise, if you want, if you have a passion for Java, if you really want to learn Java, that's up to you. So like 50, both these languages are like 50-50. They have a weightage 50-50. Either of these language you can pick if you are in like in the first year. So by the end of first year, what we expect is you should understand at least one programming language, right? So you should be at least intermediate in that language. You should be able to code. You should be able to write programs. Not the advanced one. I am not expecting you to like master C++ in just 1 year. That is not possible, right? But either C++ or Java. So I hope you know any one language so far. If you are in the second semester, right? So do not go for Python in the first semester or the first year, because Python is like kind of a abstract language. It actually hide a lot of implementation from you. Python is easy to learn. That I totally understand. It is easy to learn, but don't go for easy stuff right now, right? Struggle with C++ or Java because they are the like core languages that everyone follow, right? So Python is fine, but don't learn it at the first place as a first language, right? So now if we really want to understand how to learn any programming language, right? How to learn these topics. So we can say that let's talk about a very basic roadmap of learning any language. Let's suppose C++ or Java. You want to learn any one of these languages, right? So obviously there are a lot of resources. And by the way, like how much time it takes to learn any language, according to me, if you spend like 3 to 4 months with a language, you would be good enough, right? You would be like somewhere around like intermediate level of that language. Obviously daily effort would be required, the consistent effort would be required. It's not like I'm practicing at day one and then forgetting the language for maybe 15 days, and on the day number 16 I'm just again going to C++ or Java, right? It should not be the case. So if you are already learning from your college curriculum, from the professors, if you have good professors, if you are like really studying at your college, then it's good for you. But if you want to do self-learning, right? If you want to learn on your own, then obviously there are a lot of resources are there out online, right? Uh, so plenty of information is there online. So you can also follow a lot of information. So a lot of tutorials. So by the way, what you actually need to learn in any language. So one thing is syntax, right? Like how do you write a basic variable data type, how you basically write a control flow, right? Control flow like if else for loop. Then you have basic functions, right? In C++ we have pointers. In Java we don't have the pointers, but like that. Then object oriented programming is there, right? So these are the few things that you will need to learn, right? So this is like obviously there will be other thing, not just specifically these 5 points, obviously other things as well, but these are the few things that we can say if you learn these things, you will understand what language or what this language actually demands, or how do we write programming in this language. So this is the theoretical point of view of learning any language, right? This is the theoretical part. But see, if you want to get 9 CGPA, 10 CGPA in your college, then the theory part would be sufficient. They will not ask you to implement these real code. But if your goal is to get into companies like Amazon, Facebook, Google, Microsoft, good companies, I would say, right? They do not ask you theory, or they do not ask a lot of theory. What they ask is the practical programs, right? Or the practice. So more than theory is important is your practice, right? So what practice you need to do? What is this practice in context of C++ or Java, in context of any programming language? Practice basically means writing programs, right? Practice means writing programs. So actually, like every student actually solve 50 to 60 questions on any one language. If you're starting with a language like C++ or Java, you need to solve somewhere around like 50 to 60 questions. Fine. So you need to solve 50 to 60. Now, what type of questions? Again, the question, right? What type of questions you need to solve? So questions can be like from basic to intermediate, but not very advanced questions. Obviously, you are in the first year, first semester, second semester. You don't want to go into very technical details of how C++ implement things, right? Or very advanced questions of graph or something like that. So you need to solve basics question like how do you find the prime number? So if you find prime number, right? If you write how to find palindrome, whether the string is palindrome or not, something like that, right? How to find the factorial of a number, few basic program, right? So if you know about arrays, right, you obviously will understand, you will learn about arrays, strings, something like that, right? So if you know array, then questions on array, right? How to add two matrices, that we have already studied theoretically in class 11th, how to add matrices, how to multiply two matrices, right? So there will be something like 50 to 60 questions that you need to solve. Now what will happen if you solve these questions? You are actually solving a program, right? You are solving a problem that is not a real world problem, but it will help you to achieve the solution of real world problems in later stages, right? So this is, I guess, the mandatory part. If you do not write programs, 50 to 60 program in any language, if you are learning that language and you do not write programs, then I think that you are missing the 70% of the knowledge. The 30% of the knowledge come from the theoretical part, right? But the 70% of the knowledge comes when you actually write or implement programs. Why? Because you as a programmer, you as an IT engineer, right, or computer scientist, you do not want to just write theory. You don't want to write programs on paper, right? Because it's not an exam, right? Because if you go to companies, you will be writing programs on computer. Now if you do not have a habit, if you do not write programs in your maybe first year, then you will get a lot of errors and you will never understand how to debug these errors, how to solve these errors, right? So if you start writing programs, if you start implementing questions or solving questions, then obviously you are becoming a better programmer, right? So these are the few things that we generally do if we start with any programming language, right? So okay, so obviously, like now the question might arise, you might ask that from where should I learn any language, right? If you're learning C++ or Java, what are the resources that we can use? Resources are not fixed. I mean, depending on person to person or students how they want to learn, because few students actually learn from books, right? Whatever the books they have, maybe in their college curriculum or maybe some extra books, right? They can refer to books as well. So one resource or one way is books, because they are detailed. Books are very detailed. They have information, a lot of informations. Whereas the other resources, like one is books. But these days, people or students actually do not follow books. They say that we will study online, right? Maybe from YouTube. So the second one is maybe you can search for YouTube playlist. I hope everyone know what is playlist. Playlist like combination of 50 to 60 videos, like 30, 40 videos. You will easily find all these videos on any language if you want to learn C++, Java. But some might have some maybe minor mistakes or some wrong information, but you will be able to analyze that, and that would not be issue, right? Maybe like 90, more than 95, 97, 98% content will be true, because they also have taken from books, right? Because books are like authentic resource. If you can read, if you can learn from books, that would be the best approach. But obviously YouTube playlist is also there, right? Then there are websites like Geeks for Geeks. You can search for Geeks for Geeks website, and you can also learn from articles by reading small basic articles, by writing some small programs are also there, right? So now, depending on how you can actually learn, just pick one resource from where you want to learn this languages, right? So like for me, I actually personally like to read books, not YouTube videos or any videos. I do not watch a lot of videos on resources, but sometimes it's okay. Like if you want to learn any one topic, let's say inheritance, what is multiple inheritance, right? If you want to learn any one video and you're not getting it from books, then maybe you can search for particular that one video. But learning from starting to end, it's not my way, right? Maybe you can take, but most of, like I have seen, like most of 70 to 80% people or students actually follow YouTube video, and that's perfectly fine. It's up to you, right? How you want to learn, it's up to you, right? No one is stopping you. Like those who are learning from YouTube, also they're doing wonder. They're doing really good. Or those who are learning from Geeks for Geeks, they're also doing really well, right? So it's up to you how you want to learn. The important thing is you will learn the theoretical part that will contribute to 30% of your knowledge about the language, and more important is you will solve these programs. right? Somewhere around like 50 to 60 program, intermediate, basic to intermediate programs, and that will contribute to 70%. By the end of like 3 to 4 months, if you can do it in 2 months, then it would be good. Depending on how efficient you are, how much time do you devote to the learning process, it depends on you, right? So if you can do it in 2 months, that's up to you. That's fine. No one's stopping you. So by the end of this, like 2 to 3 months, if you spend 2 to 3 months, you can say that you are okay. You are a decent programmer. You can write whatever algorithm I give you. Maybe I can write pseudocode, and you can convert that pseudocode into C++ code or Java code, right? And again, I'm telling you that I'm not favoring any one language out of C++ or Java. It's up to you which language you want to pick. It's you can pick any language, right? C++ or Java. Okay, so this is the basic first step, right? If you do not know programming language, you cannot move ahead in computer science. Obviously, that we understand, right? For computer science, programming knowledge or the programming language is mandatory. It's must, right? So step one was programming language. So you understood how you want to learn programming language, and I'm expecting that by so like till now you already have explored any language, any one language at least, like C++ or Java or maybe C language, and you have solved some questions also, right? Now let's come to the step two, and that is the most important step. This step is data structures and algorithm, right? This step is data structures and algorithms. In short, generally we call them as DSA, right? We call them as DSA. Now, this is the most important topic or the subject that you will learn in your entire college. So maybe I can give this subject as a 5-star, right? This is a 5-star topic, right? 4 and 5, 5-star topic. So let's understand the timeline. Let's understand the timeline first, how much time it takes generally to learn DSA, data structure algorithms. So for an average students, it takes 4 to 6 months. Now, again, depending on your speed, if you can complete in 2 months, I think it's slightly hard to complete in 2 months, but 3 months would be sufficient, right? If you are very efficient. 3 months would be sufficient to complete a DSA, the whole program or the whole subject of DSA, right? Okay, so this is the timeline. If you are starting with, if you think, if you are planning to start with the DSA, spend or program or maybe like plan for 4 to 6 months accordingly, the speed, right? How efficient you are learning these programs, these things, right? So what is this data structures? Data structures actually means how do you manage your data? Managing data means how do you, let's suppose you have marks of 100 student in a class, and there are like 3 sections for each class, so 300 student in one class, and there are 12 class, so 12 into 3 3600 students. Now how do you store these 3600 student marks in maybe how do you store them? Will you create 3600 variables to store each marks? Obviously no, right? So how do you store them? Do you store them in arrays or something like that, right? So that is actually known as data structures. If you have to change any one student marks, how do you change them? If you want to delete someone marks, how do you delete? If you want to get all these marks or maybe like one particular marks, how would you do that, right? So how do you manage your data comes under the data structures. Now there are a lot of data structures. I hope those who are like in second year, they know about arrays, their linked lists, their binary tree, stack, queue, binary search tree, graph, heap. Lot of data structures are there, right? So if you are learning data structures, you will be learning all these stuffs, right? All these topics, right? So this is data structures, very, very important topic. We will understand why it is a very important for a computer science student. The second part of this subject is called algorithms. So algorithm basically means the set of instructions. How do you provide your instruction in an ordered way, in a correct way? So something like if you have to create a cup of tea, you would have to give the instructions, no? You would have to give the instructions. So how do you give the instruction? For example, first take pan, add water. Second step, add sugar, add tea leaves, then maybe boil and add milk, and the tea and the basically the tea is ready. So these are the set of instructions, right? Ordered set of instructions. So that is algorithm. So algorithms like searching and sorting, shortest path. How do you find the shortest path from Delhi to Chandigarh? That is one valid algorithm or very important algorithm, shortest path finding, right? That is used in Google Maps also, So these algorithms, you will be learning about them as well, right? So obviously, a lot of algorithms are there, like greedy algorithms, right? Dynamic programming, recursion. There are a lot of different techniques are there. So you will be learning about them as well if you go into this subject. Obviously, you have to go because this is a 5-star subject and it's the most important subject you will learn in your college, right? So again, the theoretical part is fine, right? Whatever you will learn over here, if you are reading it from book, if you are watching some videos, if you are following some articles on maybe Geeks for Geeks, what you are doing is you are only learning the 30% of DSA. What is more important? I hope everyone know about this. More important is practice, and this contributes somewhere around like 70%. Same, right? Because theory, if you learn theory, if you understand theory of any data structure, let's suppose how to invert a binary tree, right, or how to reverse a linked list. If you understand the theory, you will get good marks. You will get 10 CGPA in your college curriculum or college exam. But if you only understand how to reverse a linked list and you do not understand the application by writing some programs or by solving some questions, if you do not solve questions, right, then it would be very difficult for you to crack the interviews of companies, right? Because they do not ask theory, or maybe if they ask theory, 10 or 20% would be theory. More of things would be on the practical side or the coding side, right? So like that, this you need to do, and this is the compulsory, you cannot skip this part. Okay, so similarly, like you solved 50 to 60 questions in the first step, you need to solve somewhere on like 300 to 400 questions. Now you might ask, what the heck, why we are solving 300 400 questions? Like in the first step we are just solving 50 60 questions, and now we are jumping to 300 400. What's happening, right? So let's understand why exactly we need to solve these like these ample amount of questions, right? They are a lot, right? 400 questions is a lot of questions, right? So let's understand, no, why we solve these questions, why we are focusing a lot, why we have given the 5-star to this subject, or why we are solving 400 questions. Okay, so okay, so if you go for any hiring process, let's suppose you are going for a hiring process of any company X, I'm pretty much sure that 80% of the technical round or the question they ask will come from data structures and algorithms, right? Because data structural algorithms is basically the core subject that will be checked if you are giving interviews, the technical interviews mostly, right? So if you are sitting for an interview and you want to go into any company, right? It can be TCS, it can be Google, right? So if you want to go into any company, data structure and algorithms would be must, right? So if you are skipping this subject, then I guess you are skipping the whole company, right? So let's understand, and like out of 80 out of those questions, right, out of 80%, I've said that 80% of times companies do ask question from DSA, right, data structure and algorithm. And there will be lot of chances the questions they will ask will come from these 300 to 400 questions that you have already practiced. Now if you have already practiced somewhere around like 300 400 questions, it would be very easy for you to answer them, right? It will be very easy for you to answer the question that the company or the recruiter is asking from you, because you have already practiced that question, or maybe a variation of that question you have already practiced. Now if you have already practiced something like that, it would be easy for you. So if this is so important that most of the times companies do ask these type of questions, so why not to spend a lot of time over here as well, right? So that's why 4 to 6 months, I guess it would be sufficient to solve 400 questions, right? 300 to 400 questions would be doable. It's doable in 4 to 6 months. You can do, right? So let's also understand one question, that why do company focus on DSA, right? Why do company actually focus a lot on DSA? Why not on other skills like maybe why they are not asking HTML or JavaScript, or how would you create an application, mobile application or a website, right? Why they're not asking these things? Why they're asking the data structures and algorithms? So let's understand about this topic. I think like a lot of people know about why they ask data structure algorithms. But if anyone who do not know, let's talk about this thing called problem solving, right? There's a huge topic that is known as problem solving skills, right? So what is this problem solving skills? This problem solving skills is not only for the computer science students or maybe like the IT engineers. It's more of a real life skill, right? So we are not saying that problem solving skills will only, like the computer science students will only have the problem solving skills. Let's suppose there's an example, those who are from the marketing, those who are from the sales, those who are from the business development, those who are from uh, and those who are entrepreneurs, they also need to have the problem solving skills. This is one of the most fundamental or the real life skill anyone can have, right? The problem solving skill. So let's understand what is this problem solving. Let's say that this is a pen, right? And I need to sell this pen. This is a problem, right? So the marketing teams or maybe the sales team will try to come up with a solution. And what is a solution? The solution should be efficient, right? If you remember the efficient code we need to write, similarly the efficient solution we need to come up with. And the real world problem is the selling this pen. Selling this pen is a real world problem, and coming up with a solution which should be efficient is what you do, right? So it's not only for the computer science student, right? So the problem solving is a real life skill, right, that you need to have. Similarly, the business development folks, they need to have this problem solving skills. So like in my school, we used to have this exam called PSA, problem solving assessment. And I used to think like we already have a lot of other 5 subjects like English, maths, science. Why we have another subject or another exam on PSA, problem solving assessment? But later on, now we realize that this is very, very important, right? The problem solving is very important. Now, what type of problem solving? What you can do to improve problem solving? A very one basic thing is you can try to solve puzzles, right? You can try to solve puzzles. And if you know about the cat exam, right? So or maybe the logical or the aptitude question, right? Maybe questions based on the time, speed, distance, right? Or maybe questions on percentage, percentile, questions on simple interest, compound interest. These type of questions, basically they are a problem and you need to come up with a solution, right? So that's why problem solving skills are mandatory. And when I'm saying, okay, let's come back to this, why company asked DSA, right? Let's understand why company asked DSA. So for problem solving skills, for the computer science students, one important way is by programming, right? So when you are doing programming, when you are writing programs, you are solving a question, you are solving a problem. Let's suppose, how would you reverse a linked list? This is a problem. You need to come up with a strategy, right? So in an array, if you want to find something, there's a linear search, there's a binary search. Which one would be efficient? Binary search, if the array, if it is applicable on that particular array, right? Or on that particular problem, you would use binary search, right? So something like that, right? If you do programming, if you solve a lot of questions, you are actually improving problem solving skills. You are putting your brain or you are putting into mind into that area where it is thinking about the problem and finding the solution or trying to find the efficient solution, right? So it means that you're improving on problem solving skills. Now companies, they are not looking for they're not looking for a computer scientist that can hack computers and that can create operating system like a Linux or Windows, or that can create a website single-handedly. They are looking for folks who can actually, those who have good problem solving skills, right? Because expecting from a fresher that he can create an operating system, he can create a whole website single-handedly would be a difficult thing. But they are looking for someone who has problem solving skills, because if you have problem solving skills, you can learn anything. You can solve real life problem, because if you know how to solve a problem, once you go into a company, let's suppose Google will have a lot of products. Google Map is solving the problem of finding the shortest path, right? There are other applications. Google Calendar is keeping the track of all your activities, whatever meetings you have, what sessions you have, which classes you need to attend, right? So they are trying to solve problems. If you are a good problem solver, you will give your inputs in the team, obviously, and you can be the lead as well, who will actually derive the whole team, right? So that is why we say that data structural algorithm is so important, because it actually improves your problem solving skills, right? Data structural algorithms actually improves your problem solving skills, and that's why company, a lot of recruiters focus on data structural. Indirectly, they're focusing on the problem solving skills. So one thing is, if let's suppose a recruiter has given you a question, if you are not able to solve that questions, still you can be selected for that company. Why? Because they are looking indirectly, they are looking at problem solving skills. If your thought process, if your approach is correct, they will hire you. They might have hire you, right? Depending on the competitions, right? So that is why we say solving these number of questions is very, very important. Cool. So I hope you got the idea why is it important. I mean, if I emphasize this 100 times that DSA is important, even like some people might ask that I'm a web developer. What is the need of data structural algorithms? I'm a machine learning engineer. What is the need for DSA for me? Right? I'm a mobile developer. What is the need for DSA? Maybe I'm a game developer. Why we need DSA? Right? So again, you are not using DSA directly in your work, but indirectly you would be needing something known as problem solving skill, right? And in writing questions on DSA, solving questions on DSA will improve your problem solving. So I think that is enough for you to understand why DSA is important, right? So by the way, like these 300, 400 set of questions, they are the standard question. They are the standard, like they are the standard, like few set of standard questions that everyone follow. So we, like at the coding blocks, we have some online courses also on and we used to have this we used to have the offline courses, like the classroom courses also. So we used to teach students, we used to give 300, 400 questions to each student, and like more than 80%, 90% students actually do all these 400 questions, 300, 400 questions. Why? Because they understand, and we understand that how important it is to solve multiple questions. If you are not solving questions, then you are lacking, right? You are not improving problem solving. Cool. So being said that, if there is any doubt, or if you have any doubt in maybe like the first two step that we generally do, just let me know. Or if you have any other doubt, maybe we can also discuss about that. So can you please let me know if you have any doubt? Otherwise, we'll move forward. Simple, right? So anyone has any doubt? Okay. Oh. Okay. Then let's move forward, right? By the way, like you might ask, from where should we practice these questions? There are a lot of platforms. One very famous platform is called Lead Code, right? You can go create your account on a platform called Lead Code. I really like this platform. And this another one is called Hacker Rank, right? You can, they are not offering you, they are not giving you the theoretical part. They are not giving you the theoretical part. They are only giving you a question, and there are plenty of questions, right? More than 1,000 or 2,000 questions are there. You can practice as much as you can, right? But 300, 400 questions would be fine, right? So but there is another website called Geeks for Geeks. I really like this website because they have the theory as an article format, and they also have the practice questions. They have a lot of plenty of questions. You can also follow this website. You can also solve the questions over here as well, right? So maybe I can just quickly show you this website. I really like this website, Geeks for Geeks. So if you just search for geeksforgeeks.org, this is the website name. If you see, there's the first section is called data structures, right? Then algorithms, interview preparation, C++, Java, competitive programming, machine learning, whatever you, and the puzzles also, right? There's also a thing called puzzles. So if you go to data structures or algorithms, maybe let's suppose data structures. So these are the few data structures that we generally talk about, right? Array, linked list, stack, queue, binary tree. So let's say you want to learn, or maybe you want to solve questions about BST, right? Simply click on this topic, BST. It will take you to basically a basic theory, what BST is, how to create or construction, right? Check for smallest or largest number, invert the binary source tree, something like that. And these are the few set of questions. See, the question, let's say, is the largest element is in BST. This is one question or a problem statement. Problem, right? You need to come up with a solution that can solve this problem. That's how you will improve your problem solving abilities or problem solving skills, right? There are a lot of like hundreds of questions on just one topic, but obviously you don't need to solve 100 questions on just one topic. Overall solving like somewhere around 300 400 questions would be sufficient for you. It will take you to maybe intermediate level, right? It will take you to intermediate coder, that you can say. Okay, so I mean, you can follow this website, a wonderful website that you can check. Other website is like Hacker Rank and the Lead Code that you can look at. Then, like, if you're following any website, follow only one website. Don't jump. You're solving one question on Hacker Rank, one question on Lead Code, one question on GFG, one question on Code Forces, something like that. Don't jump from website to website. Focus on any one website. That would be sufficient for you, right? So if you move forward, let me. So basically, the step one was learning a programming language. Step two is learning DSA. So if you have done these two steps, you can call yourself a good programmer, right? You can call yourself a good programmer. You can call yourself a good problem solver, because given any problem, you at least you will try to solve that. Not efficiently, but you will try to solve that. But the idea is you will solve that efficiently. In future, if you become a computer engineer, you will solve it efficiently. But so far, you have practiced a lot. You have done a lot of things that you can solve any question, or you can solve maximum question, right? Or maximum, you can solve maximum problems, I would say. Not question. Question is like a more of a school term, right? Generally in school, we used to say this is problem or question. Let's say problem. Problem is like, it can be real world problem, it can be a computer problem, it can be any problem. Let's say problem, right? Problem statement. So these are the two mandatory steps, I would say, right? So this kind of a learning that we follow. So the learning is something like T learning. And this is the upper part. This part is your programming language and the DSA. So this is the mandatory for all. This is the mandatory part for everyone. You need to learn DSA and any at least one language, right? Now, as soon as you're done with this part, you can move into different technologies. But if you're not done with this part, then don't start with anything else. Don't start with the JavaScript. Don't start with Python. Don't start with maybe blockchain. Don't start with cybersecurity. Start with this first, right? And now, what is this depth? This depth is your the skill which you are basically very comfortable with. For example, in my case, I have been doing machine learning and data science from last 3 years, right? So I think I'm well comfortable with the machine learning problem, right? If I get a new problem in machine learning, like a project, my kind of thing, or maybe a new concept, I might be able to pick that quickly, or not. I mean, like, okay, it will not take a lot of time for me as someone who is very new to machine learning and data science. So I'm well comfortable. I'm okay with machine learning and data science, right? But there are some skills like Android development that I do not know. Android development, I have spent time like only 2 months, but I do not know. There are skills like web development, right? I've spent times like 6 months to 8 months on web development, not like 6 months, around 6 months on web development. I know this skill. I can create websites, but not as good as someone who has spent 3 years on web development, right? So these are my additional skills. So this width will be your additional skills or additional technologies that you know. For example, I have a huge interest in cybersecurity, ethical hacking kind of things, right? Networking kind of things. So I know about these topics as well, right? I have created projects in cybersecurity, right? I've combined machine learning, which is my expertise, and cybersecurity, which is my interest. So I have done a project on cybersecurity that uses machine learning. So these are my additional skills, right? That I know, but I'm not very good at it. So there's one skill that I'm very good, which is machine learning and data science. Similarly, you need to find in which skill that should be there, right? That should be you should be very good or very comfortable with that skill. So let's understand what are some skills or what are some technologies that are available generally for most of the students. Okay, so now we are coming to step number 3, right? And this step is known as development, not the personality development, but the technical skill development. We are talking about that. Now, what is this development? Why we use this development, or what is the need? If you have already said that doing DSA will help you to get into the job or get into or crack the interview, then what is the need of development? Just learn DSA only, learn DSA for 3 years. That's it. You will get good jobs. Yes, that you can do. But apart from DSA, you can say that after 1 and 2 steps, you can say that you're a good programmer, you're a good problem solver, but you do not have any projects. What will you show to maybe your friends? What will you show to your to maybe community? What you have created so far? Will you say that I'm good with data structure algorithms? But what is the real world problem that you have actually solved? Did you solve any real world problem or not? Or are you still solving some questions like inverting a binary tree, finding an event in a binary search tree, or finding the shortest path between place A to place B, like in graphs? Or have you ever solved a real world problem as well? So that's where development comes. Development will give you projects. You do not have projects so far, right? Development will give you some projects. So what are the skills, or what are the domains that you have over here? The first domain, or very common, is called web development. The second one is called mobile development, or you can say Android development or iOS development, right? Mobile development, iOS development, Android development, something like that. And then there's a new or trending topic called machine learning, AI, data science, deep learning, all these stuffs, right? Obviously, there are other different domains as well. For example, cybersecurity is there, right? Crypto is there, AR, VR, augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, game development is there, right? But like 90% of the people or students actually follow or go into these three domains because they are they have a good scope also. I would not say that cybersecurity doesn't have a good scope, but actually the if you go to the market and you start finding the jobs, you will not get as many jobs as web development, or not as many as job as machine learning or data science in the cybersecurity, or in the game development, or in the, or maybe in augmented reality or the virtual reality. So the number of jobs are less over there. But if you have an interest, definitely you can pursue. For example, I have worked on AR. I have a very, very basic project on AR, augmented reality. So that's up to you, right? But we will first do our basic skills, right? We will improve, we will learn these skills. So depending on your interest, if you have an interest in, if you want to create a website, go for web dev. If you want to create mobile application, go for this one. If you want to learn machine learning, machine learning, AI, data science, go for this one, right? So see, there can be huge 1 hour or 2 hour roadmap on each of these. For example, if I am doing machine learning, I can give you complete 1 hour guidance, complete 1 hour roadmap, how you should start with Python. Because if you are learning machine learning, without Python, you cannot do. Python is mandatory this time, but it will not take 2 to 3 months. It will only take less than 10 days. 10 days. Why? Because you already know the fundamental of C++ or Java, and these fundamentals that you have built on in the first year or in the first semester, second semester, they will help you to learn Python very easily, very quickly. Then there are some libraries that are related with Python, like NumPy, SciPy, TensorFlow, Scikit-learn, right? Pandas, Seaborn, Matplotlib. These are the libraries. OpenCV. These are libraries you will explore, right? Then maybe machine learning algorithm. What are the algorithm, like supervised learning, unsupervised learning, linear regression, decision tree, right? Now someone might ask that in web development or in machine learning, we do not use data structures. No, it's not the case. The tree, like the binary tree or the binary search tree, there's a huge topic in machine learning that is known as decision tree. Decision tree, right? Similarly, in the deep learning, in the deep learning, there's an algorithm called back propagation. I hope I know you do not know about it, back propagation. So if you do not know, that's perfectly fine. But this back propagation actually uses something known as dynamic programming, DP, which is very hard topic. You will learn about this. DP is in the data structure algorithm. You will learn about DP, right? So back propagation actually uses DP, right? So we don't actually realize these things, right? But data structure algorithms is everywhere. It is improving your problem solving ability, and that's why I'm again going back to data structure algorithms, right? So if you are learning any one of these skills or the development skills, it might take 3 months. right? It will take you 3 months to understand their fundamental. For example, in machine learning, data science, we have Python, we have libraries, we have machine learning algorithms, we have deep learning algorithms. So learning all these topics might take you 3 months. But this is not the ending. This is just the beginning. After this, you need to spend another 3 months. Why? You have only learned theory in these 3 months, or maybe slight or very basic programs. But now what you need to do is practice. How do you practice? How do you practice the development skills? No, you don't have to solve any questions. So this time you need to create projects, right? Because development actually gives you projects. So create projects like 2 3 4 projects. Around 3 to 4 projects would be fine, right? So for example, if you're learning web development, you have spent 3 months maybe learning by any course, online courses, offline courses, asking your seniors, asking your mentors, asking your colleagues, asking your friends, asking your teachers, asking your mentors, asking your colleagues, asking your seniors, asking your mentors, asking your colleagues, asking your seniors, asking your mentors, asking your colleagues, asking your seniors, asking your mentors, asking your colleagues, asking your seniors, asking your mentors, asking your colleagues, asking your mentors, asking your seniors, asking your mentors, asking your colleagues, asking your mentors, asking your seniors, asking your mentors, asking your colleagues, asking your mentors, Hello everyone. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Just let me know if you can hear me. If I'm audible, please let me know. Okay, great. Thanks for it. So I think I don't know what happened. Like I lost my internet connection and now my webcam is also not working. So I would have to restart my laptop to basically function to properly function this webcam. So maybe I can just ignore that camera part and we can continue, right? So we can continue. So I was just saying, I was saying about the development part, right? So 3 months for the learning theory, 3 months for learning theory, and in theory maybe you can follow any online course, any offline course, right? Or maybe you can read any books about that technology. For example, for machine learning we have a lot of books. For web development generally we do not learn from books, we have documentations. And then 3 months for your projects. If you do not create projects, you are again lacking a lot of things, because in the theory you are only doing what book is telling you, what instructor is telling you. You're not doing on your own, you're not using your mind. But if you create projects, something like 2 to 3 4 or 2 3 4 projects, and they are like good projects, they should be something like that can solve a real world problem. For example, you can create something like a mini Facebook. If you're a web developer, if you want to learn web development, you can create a mini Facebook, right? You can create mini Facebook, or like a video streaming like YouTube, something like that. Try to simulate the same behavior, right? Or maybe if you're a mobile developer, or maybe like you can create your own website, own portfolio. You can create your own website, own portfolio, and you can deploy them. For example, like you can create your website like rohitkumar.com or Dhruv Patel, something like that, right? You can create your own website, so you can show that I am a web developer and I also have my own website, right? And that can be your all, that you can show all your projects in that website. Similarly, you can create your own app and you can deploy that app into Play Store. Because if you do so, if you do this thing, if you do create your projects, then you will be able to solve the real world, for example, real world problem. For example, Ludo. I hope everyone has seen this Ludo application, right? Ludo is the most downloaded application in basically in India. Now, why do people actually play Ludo a lot? They have this basic interaction that we used to play Ludo when we were kids, right? And basically this brings the community, this brings the connections between people, right? So the creator or the developer of Ludo actually thought of the same direction, right? They created Ludo because they wanted to connect people digitally. Because these days we cannot go to other person and play other person's house and play Ludo, right? They wanted to they wanted to do this digitally, and that's why they created Ludo. Similarly, look around your surrounding and think what are the problems you can solve by creating some programs, by creating an application, mobile application, or by maybe on a website, by a website, right? Try to do some things like that. For example, Amazon. Does Amazon solve any real world problem or not? Obviously yes. You don't have to go shopping malls for basically shopping, right? Even you can buy groceries from Amazon, and it gives you in one day. One day delivery is there in Amazon, and you can get it in just one day. That was a very big real world problem, right? If you do not have if you do not have time in weekdays, how do you get groceries, how do you do shopping? But now, because of the Amazon, you can do shopping in just one click. So think about problems and then come up with a solution, and then see whatever you have learned in web development, mobile development, machine learning, how can you solve these problems with the skills that you have? And that would give you good projects, right? Somewhere around like 2 to 3 or 4 projects that you can create, good projects, obviously, right? So libraries and framework, for example, Android is there, right? For the web development, this thing called Django, Node.js, right? Ruby on Rails. For machine learning, generally TensorFlow, PyTorch, and Keras, we learn these things. So don't get overwhelmed by what these terms actually means. What is this Django? What is this Rails, Express.js, right? But these are just few softwares or the libraries in each particular domain, right? So I hope you got some idea that what you need to do, like learning programming language and the problem solving is very important, and building some applications or building some projects that are the real world applications, right? And hackathons are there, right? Hackathons, like if you know how to create websites, you can participate in hackathons. So hackathons are basically like a 24-hour hackathon. It's a kind of a competition or 48-hour competition, and you have to build a product, build a whole website in just 48 hours, in 2 days, right, along with your team. So do that. Take participate in competition like coding competitions, or maybe web developments, or other like debug type of competitions, like code debug competitions, other type of machine learning hackathons. Do that, right? So these are the few things. Basically, how do you start with with programming, with coding, and basically after that, it would be easy for you to get internships, right? For example, if you already know any one development skill, like if you know web development, you can get an internship, and internship is important. So by the end of 2 years, by the end of your second year, maybe you can get an internship. So what are some ways you can get an internship? You can ask your seniors if they can help you to get a referral. You can build LinkedIn community, right? LinkedIn community can be there. You can directly message the HR managers or the hiring recruiters of any company. You can say, I know web development, I have created these projects, I have a website also, I know good data structure algorithms, right? I can solve questions, so I want to get an internship, right? And they, if you are a good candidate, obviously they will be happy to offer you the internship, right? So what are the benefit of internship? Very one benefit is you get stipend. So, oh, that is the secondary one. The primary goals or the primary things that is there in the internship is the teamwork. So far, till this point, you are only working self alone. You were creating projects alone. You were learning alone, right? But now you will create the product or the whole project in a team of 4 to 5 members. You will get guidance from the industry experts, right? You will work under them. You will understand how to write correct code. What are the good programming practices that we follow? So instead of creating a variable like int a, right, we create variable like int number, right? Something like that. So if you have to create 3 variables, you will do a b c. Generally we do this in first year, and c is equal to a plus b. Whereas in other good practices like integer number 1, integer number 2, num2, and integer sum, and then it will be sum is equal to number 1 plus number 2. So variable naming is very good practice. So don't write a plus b is equal to c or x plus y is equal to z, right? You will forget about these variables, what this variable is used for. But if you create variables like num1, num2, sum, you will never forget. You obviously know what is num1. How would you forget this? What is num1? What is num1 is doing over here? But a, what is a? You'll never know, right? So these few things you will understand, right? Good practices you will understand. You will also work under basically the deadlines. For example, if you have to deliver product in 2 months or two weeks, basically, let's say 2 weeks, how would you write code? How would you understand that, right? How would you do the system design? So all these things you will get in internships. So I think internships also play a major role in shaping the career, right? In basically developing your interest in particular domain. For example, web development. If you do internship in web development, you will understand if you have a interest in this domain or not, in this field or not. Similarly for machine learning and data science, other steps as well, right? So like if you do internship, that would be really nice. And if you will be only be able to do internship if you know web development, mobile development, machine learning, any one of development skill, any one of the development skill. So I think this is what I wanted to share, right? So I hope you are clear with the few idea or the roadmap. This is like a general, this is just a general pipeline, or this is general roadmap for an average student. Now I'm talking about the timeline, right? So like taking 1 year is, or 1.5 year is approximate timeline. So but obviously ideal is not there. Ideal, this is the ideal case, right? You will be able to do in just 1 year. This is the ideal one, the ideal case, that everything you will be able to do in 1 year. But it is very, very difficult, right? So sometimes exams happen, sometimes we get ill, right? Sometimes we are not in mood to write code, sometimes we are not, sometimes we are off for vacations. So things happen, things, lot of random things happens in our life. So obviously in college, right, we have exams, we have semester midsem and projects, and then project file and other stuff as well. So if you take a rough estimation, I I'm supposing that you would be able to do it before 2 years. So for example, if you haven't started yet anything, most probably by the end of third year, like before the third year, you would be able to do all these things. And then after this, you would understand what you have to do in your career. Like basically, you want to really go into the data structure, or you want to go into the web development, or do you have interest in machine learning or other stuff as well, right? So yeah, that is the idea that I wanted to share. If you have any particular question that you want to ask, you can let me know using that option chat, right? I'm also looking at that. So maybe if you have any question, you specific question, if you have any, maybe you can just let me know that thing. Otherwise, we can wind up the session, and yeah, that we can do. So just let me know if you have any doubt. Okay, so if you, okay, you don't have, I think you don't have doubt, so that is fine. What I can do is I can give you my LinkedIn ID, and if you get any doubt in maybe future, if you want to learn machine learning, if you want to know the complete roadmap for machine learning, like how should we do machine learning, should we start with Python, other stuff, right? If you want to discuss anything apart from what we discussed in this session, or maybe specifically for your, like if what you have done so far, what you want to do, or something like that, or maybe you can just let me know what's the feedback, if you like the session, or maybe what we can improve on this, right? If you have any doubt, maybe you can just also let me know right now. If not, maybe in future as well. That's up to you, right? It's fine. So I think we can wind up a little early, because you've been attending sessions since long time, right? I guess there was earlier another session as well. So cool. So maybe
So much.
we can close the session now. Thank you
Thank you
everyone.
so much, Mr. Mohan.
Thank you
All
Yuvraj
right.
for invitation.
All right. So that was a fantastic session by Mr. Mohit. And with this, we end our day one of the TRION Bootcamp 2.0. I hope all of you loved the three sessions. Me personally, I took some amazing tips from all the sessions, especially this one as new as a beginner to coding, and what are the right steps that I can take to build a career in this. I think it was very informative, fun, and futuristic session, and look forward to more of the same and much more on day two. So don't forget to tune in. Don't forget to bring friends if you like the session. And thank you so much for participating and attending. Tomorrow we have three more sessions for you, including data science, which is a hot topic right now, and we also have a mega quiz in which we will be distributing prizes. So don't forget to tune in tomorrow. Thank you so much for attending. See you soon.